Give me a moment here. Forgot to plug in my earbuds. Hello. Hey, Blurry. How's it going? There we go. Get my ears in. Ah, much better. All right. I'm going to work on this anyways. Figured I'd live stream it. We're going to be working on the Oculus. I'll be taking a look at the transmutation altar, see if there's anything else that needs to be done with it. After I figure out the transmutation after I figure out the Oculus, I'm pretty sure I just need a couple recipes thrown in and we are good for a release. It's finally here. All this hard work. Hey, watch a PvP tournament in-game in Valorant. Nice. Ah, PvP. Good old PvP. All right, so let me pull up a couple of things here. Yeah, I have that bookmarked. Where is it? Yeah, I got a wiki bookmark for them. Yeah, I just haven't seen anyone actually play it. I want to see it in motion, you know? I think if I pull up... I should pull this up here. Let's see who's playing it on Twitch. V-E-L-O-R-E-N. Uh-oh. Yeah, there's still no one. I think I had looked this up before. Probably nobody. Hey, Bernardo. How's it going? Know very well you just... You know very well what you just need, right? Get good. Gotta learn Java. Has Neoforged come out with their release yet? Do you know, Bernardo? I'm probably gonna keep asking you that because I'm kind of curious. Gonna be curious. So this is the new and improved transmutation altar. Looks like it is making things. I have a couple recipes for each tier of altar. So, you know, to get draconium, right, you can put something in. It'll tell you what the output's going to be, how much mana it's going to cost, and the amount of time it's going to take. Yeah, Neoforge. So the people who made Minecraft Forge, you know, the most like pretty much everyone besides that jerk Lex, they all decided to, you know, kind of break way. They forked Forge, and they're going to be removing that dude's assets, and they're coming out with, you know, their version of Forge, which a lot of people are happy about. I, for one, am looking forward to that. But yeah. When that comes in, I wouldn't mind, you know, hopping back into Minecraft, the world of Minecraft. Yeah, see, Greater Mana Stone. I gotta adjust the cost of some of this stuff, but you know, we got things here. Like the transmutation altar is working. You know, you got 12 mana. I'm a tier 4 mage in here, so each time I cast transmutation, it's gonna add 12 mana. So see, I'm at 24. You know, so I could, I think, what is this? This 20? Yeah, so like I could power this on. You'll see like your particles and everything. You could see that it's on. This right here is going to be your bar, right? So it's slowly ticking up because it's processing. So, you know, the transmutation altar, I say, is good to go. The Mojang, let's see. At least till 3 days ago, there was no official download yet, but CurseForge already has a Neoforge category. Yeah! The Mojang is kind of dropping the hammer on its community with TOS and EUL. Oh, really? What's the hammer? Are they... How annoying are they making things? I know there have been issues with, like, you know, people trying to, like, charge for, like, mods and stuff, which, you know, they're not your base assets. Can't do that. But... yeah, so the only thing that's not working here is the rendering. I have things in position. I'm just not sure how to get it fully working without crashing. So I have that temporarily disabled. I can go back to it, but basically the item for the input would appear at the bottom. The item for the output would appear on top of the altar. Kind of similar to this, right? Like, I'm going to disable it on this too, but, you know, like the scroll and everything. This is kind of what it looks like here. I'm going to have to resize this. This is what we are going to be working on. We got to get this working. I got to figure this out. And then I was thinking about it. So let me show you what I was thinking about here. This is the image. You can forget this inside. That gets covered over with a button. So you'll have 3 input slots, and that creates a scroll. You got your cast bar over here, right? Your timer. And the idea was you could have the special parchment. You would have to have like mana stones of some kind, and then you would also need to have, you know, whatever the stone is, right? Or whatever the fuel source is, which could be like Arcanus, and then that would equal a scroll. I'm thinking that's a little too much, you know? Because basically what I could do is I could create another item where you can create like a blank tier 1 spell scroll, you know, and then you can just put that in here, right? Just use a transmutation altar. You may not even need the oculus block. You know what I mean? Like, I could have it to where you could piece those together to make a new item, and then I can just create, yeah, in here. It takes a long time, you know, but it will take you like however much mana, you know, for the quote-unquote fuel. So I was thinking about that. I was very much thinking about that. The Oculus looks cool, but I feel like it's just something that's forced. Here, let me resize this so we can see it a little better. I don't know, what do people think? What do y'all think? Do we need an Oculus block? Would it be just fine without it? I think my proportions are going to be 360. Yeah, 250 by 360. So let's do 360. Let's do 360. Save. There we go. So that's really what it's going to look like, right? You're going to have, but, you know, the annoying part is, like, those slots, they're not... You know, it's like, so what? You put, like, the parchment in one slot. You know, so, like, the parchment, a moonstone, and then somehow, right, you put... Or should I have the Oculus be its separate block? You know, like, you could burn Arcanus. That could be, like, the fuel, right? Fragments with the magic essence. You'll put your mana stones in, which will dictate if it's tier 1, 2, 3, or 4 spells you're going to do. And then some of my magic parchment, you know, right here, that you would get through transmutation, runic parchment. And then that together creates the scroll. Maybe that would be better. This time, for example, oh, here we go, hold on. Depends. On Reddit, people are freaking out, but on Discord, people are saying nothing really changed. Just better explained, maybe. This time, for example, every server that is public is basically commercial server from Mojang's Side. Commercial servers are not allowed. Also, servers must be... So they would be 10-year... Oh, 10-year-old friendly. Oh, okay. Okay, so I see what they're doing with the terms then. I mean, quite honestly, it's not crazy to think of, you know, that stuff. So they're saying all that stuff is community, right? The problem is, like, I know there are a lot of servers that I used to know in the past. I mean, where basically you paid for privilege, right? Like, the whole point of this stuff isn't for other people to make their own empire and their own business running these servers, and, you know, the fine line between getting a donation and getting admin mode, or getting this thing and voting for this, and, you know, like, it's something like this was bound to happen. The whip was going to snap in the opposite direction. But, you know, like, it does kind of affect everyone else, but I don't know, like, community server things, you know, being 10-year-old friendly. Well, yeah, there's a lot of, you know, there's a lot of kind of hate out there too in the servers, right? Like, you know, being friendly, like, you know, it's sure, whatever, you know, but the modding community is going to be the modding community. I don't know. Like, I don't really see that as big changes. That just tells me, hey, you know, you can't be a dickhead, you know, to people. Sorry, it's not that kind of game. Not what they're trying to push out. I don't really see what would be the big difference, though. I don't really know, as nothing they can possibly change on TOS and EULA affects me in any way. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, all this stuff is licensed for certain, you know, if they ever make a mistake bad enough, people will just migrate to another game. Yeah, there's games obviously like Vintage Story out there. It's interesting, though. I would like to probably read the fine print to see what it actually means, because there are a lot of people that can misinterpret things. There's probably a lot of lawyerese in there, too. You know, it's just, but it's like any, you know, anything you have to sign, right? Like, the software's not yours, the IP's not yours, your character that you make is not yours, the currency and the achievements that you earn in the game are not yours. It's all belonging to the game. Just because it's my login in World of Warcraft and everything doesn't mean that character belongs to me. They can delete it at any time, right? Anything could happen. You know, that's just kind of life. You know, if anything, they may have cleared up some of the ancient Mojang kind of text, right? Because it's not Mojang that owns it anymore, it's Microsoft. So there's another thing now when making a video, for example, content named Minecraft cannot be in the main title, whatever that means. I guess so. I don't know. Honestly, that doesn't pertain to me. You know, but if I'm making stuff too, like, if I'm doing a modding tutorial, yeah, the name would be in there. You know, because it could be a modding tutorial for anything, but there are a lot of Minecraft videos where Minecraft is the key word, and it's some doofus playing vanilla or something that, you know, they make it sound like it's something more than it is. Yeah, whatever. You know, they can do that, can't do that. You know. I don't really see the big deal. It's not like they're Nintendo, right? They're not going to be kicking down people's doors and taking everything they own because they used a Mickey face somewhere. It's interesting, though. It's interesting how things change. You know, but I don't know. Neo Forged, when that comes out, I'll probably, you know, I may end up making this mod for Minecraft. Because I haven't really come into a magic mod where you have like a spell book where you sit to meditate, right? To gain your mana back. Kind of getting that kind of MMO feeling. I think it would be a cool concept for a spell system. You know, having all these spells at your disposal, but only be able to, like, at max know 4 of them. Yeah. But we need to make some decisions here. Decision time. So, do I want to make an item right? Like a scroll assembly extra item that only does the scrolls? Or should I just have the raw materials in here, right? Arcanus can be the fuel. This could be where like the parchment paper goes, or, you know, like the mana stones. And then you got your parchment paper. And all of that together can output a scroll. I don't know. Oh yeah, there's no... if you want to send that to me through Discord, Blurry, Moobot's blocking those links. But yeah, you know, I'm looking at this. I don't mind this UI here. Has the little parchment on there. Maybe I could put like the little spell ring in there. I wonder, you know, I wonder if there's a way to do the mouse over, like over the button. Because then what I could do is I can have the outline for like the piece of paper. I could put some mouse over tooltips so it's a little easier. Because ideally I want to make another thing here, right? Like the spell stone would go there. The piece of paper, you know, you got the arrows, right, pointing to your fuel source, and then you got your output. Maybe that would be it. By the way, where were you during Tyrant's stream yesterday? I was working. That's what I was doing. Some of us do have jobs too. I don't get paid for playing a video game. I think Blurry, you know, you got my my icons. I think you alone are keeping the ViesCraft ship afloat. that what it turns out to, like maybe $2.07 or something from the subscription that the people get. Not enough for a payout. Maybe in a year's time I'll have enough for the payout. I did see that he was streaming. I did follow him. I gave him a follow. I didn't even know he had a Twitch. It must have been maybe new. I don't know, but it's pretty cool. I'd like to actually sit on, you know, one of his streams and just be like, hey, now that I have you, how do you do blank? Now that I got you, you can't go anywhere. You can't just leave the stream. Gotcha. There we go. Ah, really, Rain? Not today. All right, so we got to make some executive decisions. I think I've been thinking about it since we've been chatting. I do like the idea of having the scroll, you know, having the individual pieces. It doesn't make sense to have these pieces make a new piece that just becomes some new item. You know what I mean? Be right back. All right, I'll be right here. Yeah, so let's go ahead and add to the Oculus. We're gonna have to add a new inventory slot. Yeah, we're gonna have to register from the inventory slot new you know, GUI, a new box element here, grid. Let's get started with it. So that's what people are here to see, right? What we are gonna need to do, we're gonna have to do a couple of things. I'm gonna have to make a new slot, so let's do that first. Slots. So for the Oculus, we have the output slot, which is going to be the scrolls. We have, technically it's going to be two input slots. One's going to be for the fuel, or one's going to be for the parchment, one's going to be for the mana stone, and then you'll have your fuel slot, which at this time is going to be Arcanus. So really, we need to change this. I could say, we got to shut down the game. So I can say this would be input 1, and propagate that change through. And then we're going to copy this CS file, paste it in. This is going to be called input 2. We're going to have to change this to save that. Input 2, I will have that be the mana stone. Input 1 is going to be the parchment. The parchment, I don't think I have that as its own special item yet. All right, where is it? Where is it? Runic parchment. Yeah, so it's just the item generic. So we're gonna do a little magic here. I'm gonna change this. So the item slot, the item in the item slot has to be a generic item. And let's do slot.itemstack.collectible.code.path, and we'll say contains, and we are going to pull up the runic parchment because I want it to equal runic parchment dash blank. So it's going to contain this dash blank. And it will only accept my blank runic parchments. We're going to build that. So now that we have the item slots we're going to be using in the GUI, let me close out some of these things. I don't need the staff open. Don't need the ingot. Okay. Get rid of the runic parchment. So now that we have that, we need to go into the tile, the block entity for the oculus. And we're going to have to make some changes here. Let's go first stop into the inventory. So we have slot 1, or slot 0, slot 1, and slot 2. I'm going to make a slot 4. And this is going to be input dash mana stone. This will be input dash runic parchment. And this is going to be input 1 and input 2. Oh, thank God, this is going to be easy to do. We're going to remap these so it all makes sense. So I'm going to cut that out, paste it in. This will be 1, this will be 2, this will be 3. So this is what it's going to look like on the back end. That being the case, I'm going to copy and paste this. So this will be slot input 1, slot input 2, and then the fuel slot, and then the output slot. So I'm just kind of shifting everything down because for the sake of having everything together, I want these all to match. We're going to have to come down to here. So this is going to have to... We're going to have to add on to this. Copy, paste, right? So if the ID equals slot 1, I want it to be input slot 1. If this is going to equal slot 2, it's going to have to be input slot 2. If it's a fuel, it should take from my fuel slot. So this is the item slots that we just made. And then if it equals the output, it's going to be the output. For the max slots, I already give it 32 slots technically, because I didn't know how big the inventory was going to grow in these. I knew I wasn't going to use all of them, but, you know, it doesn't hurt. It's just hidden from everyone. So we don't have to increase that at all. Mountain Dew. So that part is done. If we scroll a little further down, this, I guess we don't really need to... I'm gonna comment this out. I'm gonna comment that out too. Because I'm gonna redo the rendering system. So something like this where we're generating these items, I'm just gonna comment those out. See, for this, we're looking for if the slot equals input slot. I'm just gonna put input slot 1, but I'm gonna comment that out because that's dead code. And then right down here, under infusion process. Now this is where we're going to be taking some things out. I'm going to make this a little bigger. Serious Creeper, hey, how are you? We are adding to the Oculus right now. So this has to do with the processing time, the math behind it. What I'm going to have to do is take from my input slot 1 and 2 and the fuel. We gotta figure out how we're gonna do this. So if you can start crafting a tier 1 item, what are the costs going to be? I'm thinking for a scroll, 4 runic parchments, 4, because 4, 8, 12, 16, so I can have a stack size of 16 as a maximum, but it can take 4 of the lesser mana stones, and then the amount of fuel that it can take, I have that at 32. You know what? I think I'll leave that at 32. You know, I won't leave it at 32. I'll make it 8, and then I'll increase it from there. Now we gotta mark these as dirty, so input 1 and 2, the fuel and the output gotta be marked as dirty. Not too bad, just tired, still at work as well. How are you? Mod going well? Mod's going really well. After I finish the Oculus, I need to just make a couple recipes, and then the alpha version of the mod's gonna be released. I will post pictures as I'm setting up the site, you know, the you know, my mod page. It's gonna be tier 1's gonna be ironed out. Tier 2, like, they're gonna be spells that I still have to work on, but at least the core spells, how to progress and everything, I can get it in people's hands. But yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to it. This is going to be a similar thing, right? Basically, I could just probably copy... I'll copy this. This is all going to be the same here. I got to mark it all as dirty. And then I can copy this, and basically, as you make the better scrolls, everything gets more expensive. So this is going to be 8, 8, and 16. This is going to be 12, 12, and what is it, 24? And then finally, this will be 32, and this will be 16, and 16, and 32. Perfect. That's everything we are going to have to change in this block entity. Now we're going to pull up the GUI, which is right here. Going to expand it. Do you think of going back to MC with NeoForge? Is main modding or VS will still stay as priority? I'm not sure. It depends on how much Minecraft could hook me and if the community is a better community. But I do like Vintage Story, you know, but they are both kind of different games. Like for mods, Minecraft wins hands down. You know, we're starting to get some cool mods like we got the Serious Creeper, right? You have your mod, right? I was looking at that just last night, reading up on the world gen and everything. Like I feel like there's a lot of staple mods, you know, in Minecraft, right? Like you got your biomes mod, Twilight Forest, right? You know, all the, you know, the Ender IO, right? You know, like all these awesome Tinkerer's Construct, you know, which just like they should come pre-packaged in every, you got like the Create mod, right? All these really cool things. Vintage Story doesn't have that yet, you know, like it's not actually there. But I would not be opposed to, you know, actually spooling out sometime, because how many mods am I really going to make for Vintage Story, you know? I was actually wondering if VS is able to have different dimensions. I don't think they can. The way the world is created, to my understanding, it does not support separate dimensions yet. And that's just like a core thing. Maybe that's what we can suggest when Tyrone's like, hey, what should I add to the game? I saw his title header. It's like, hey, why don't you make dimensions? I would love to make a magic dimension, like randomly generated magic planes, right? Like I would have my special creatures that spawn in it, and it would be amazing, right? I could do so much. Like you could think about having an actual Rust world, right? Like you could, you know, those Rust portals, you could turn those into like portals, those rifts, right? Like they can be teleporting portals that take you into the Rust world. Imagine the weird generation and terrain stuff you could do with it, the monsters, right? Like, oh my god, that'd be so good. If Tyrone can put that system in, modders are gonna run with it. I would use it. I would totally use it. But I don't think that's in the game as of yet. You know, like, we just got Oceans. There's still a lot of R&D to be done. But oh my god, I would love that. Love it. But I mean, that's something you could do with Minecraft, you know? So it's like, you know, it's ahead in a lot of things, but the base game is very minimal compared to the base game of Vintage Story. So, and honestly, I like not dealing with Java. That's just a me thing, but it's kind of nice not dealing with null point exception errors all the time. I would imagine stabilizing the rift to use as a portal to the Rust world would be insane. Right? Oh my god, I would help work on that mod. We would get a bunch of us together and be like, hey, let's break this bad boy out to whatever areas of expertise, right? Let's make the Rust world. But yeah, you know, there are some good staple mods, but you know, that modding's kind of a smaller pool. I see a lot of the mods where it's like, pick up any bucket or place any bucket, you know, or, you know, all these little things, and it's like, okay, I guess that's a mod, but it's not one I'm gonna really use, you know. Extra folding chairs, you know, like random things. I'm like, that's cool and all, but that's not worth installing the mod to me, you know. Yeah, everyone's got to start somewhere, but I see a lot of those little start somewheres, right? That's why I wanted to do the modding tutorial series. Like, let's let other people, like, teach them how to do it, because if someone can come out with a banger mod, I mean, that's just an extra awesome mod that I get to play with, you know? Like, I am happy to show anyone how to set up their modding environment, what to do with certain things. I'm not going to write all the code for them, but as long as I can set them up with the basics, like, this is how you register your entities, this is what you're going to have to look out for, this is how you format your JSON, these are what you can look at, you know, and then you take it from there, right? Just maybe that's me being greedy. But yeah, I would love it. That'd definitely be useful, yeah. And I tell people too, if you want to shoot me a Discord, like, I mean, you know, only a couple people have done it so far, but you know, in my free time, like, if I have some free time, I can, you know, sit there on Discord and have a chat with you. You know, share my screen, you share yours, and I can show you how to set things up to get whatever your mod is, right? Whatever you're trying to do. I've done it for a few people already. It's just no one really reaches out to me, so... Right? You know? So, yep, just throwing that out there too. So what I'm doing, because I have the other input, for the composers, I have to change the number so there's no conflict. So I have to change it there and add the entry here. I have to make sure that change is reflected. I need to change this number as well. Everything else is the same. I will have to change this. Copy and paste, I'll make this input 1 and this input 2. This would have to be input 1 and input 2. I know input 2 is going to have to be over a little more, so you know what? How do I have this set up? This power button stuff doesn't make sense to me. So one's 56, one's 53, the stove bounds. I'm just gonna guesstimate here. Maybe I'll just make it 2. I don't know. This button's gonna overlap a little bit. I'll just leave it there. I'll just leave it there. Okay, I see what I did. Yeah, so it's actually up here. Okay. This looks a little better. This math looks a little better. I think I just need to take this 133 and paste it there. That should get me 133 over. Yeah, this should be what I want. Or at least it'll get us pretty close. Okay, let's file, let's save this, let's go and rebuild and start the game. That's why I'm working on creatures, as I don't see enough hostile creature mods besides your creature mod, really. Yeah, and I made that just because, and you know, I kind of stopped making it because people were complaining that my monsters were too tough. And people were complaining like, the spider's too realistic. I'm like, man, I don't know what to tell you. Spiders are in all the other games, you know? Like, I tried to make it have 6 legs instead of 8, but apparently that's not good enough. You know, like, some people don't like the unstable because I'm like, they're so easy to avoid. You know, just don't be swimming, right? And then, bam. Yeah. Show me your mod. Show me yours that I show you mine. Yeah, Bernardo. Get your mind out of the gutter. Go sit with Moobot in the corner. Would love to do that, to be fair, yet I'm just a bit shy. And also have a little knowledge in coding. I would like to be guiding a toddler. It's not even really that. Like someone that I helped, I mean, they weren't really adept. It's not like they really dealt with things, you know, like, we were going over the terminology of what the difference between a variable and a method is. And it's fine. Everyone starts somewhere. And I get the shyness. Like, believe it or not, in person, I'm usually pretty quiet. You know, to me, it's easier to live stream because I'm not in direct contact. Like, I can't see who's on the other side. Even with like a phone call, you know, or anything like that. Like, you know, I won't hop into the Discord, you know, like a global Discord thing where there's a bunch of people already talking. You know, kind of makes me self-conscious a little bit. You know, I feel like other people, like, I don't want to interrupt people. But like a one-on-one call, that's fine. Yeah, teaching someone who already knows everything seems pointless anyways. Yeah, exactly. You know, at that point, it's like, you know, it's not really teaching at that point. It's like, well, you kind of know everything anyways. What, you know, is this a collaboration? What is this? All right. I'm just jumping around. We should be able to come over here. Yep, so I pieced it together correctly here. See, so this one can only take Arcanus, which I have as the fuel source. This one, see, I gotta move this button up a little. But this is only gonna take in the mana stones. And then if we get out some parchment, my runic parchment, I'll grab 32 of them. This slot, yep, it only takes the runic parchment. Let's go ahead and move that up a little bit. Boop, 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 boop. So it's going to be in the overlay. So it's going to be these button selects here. Right? Yes, it's going to be these. I need to make these a little higher. You know what? We're going to subtract 40 for now. I think that's going to be what we want to do. Do that, fireball it in. Nope. It's got to be, damn, it's got to be a little bit more. Holy moly. I mean, at this point, do I just zero it out? Right, like it's already... what if I just zero it out? Nope, that's apparently too much. Okay, we got to find that happy medium here. Let's do 13. Really? Oh no, you know what, I'm gonna do whole numbers here. Let's make this 13. See, and I could do this on the fly. As soon as I fireball it in, see, 13's a little too much, so I gotta just kind of fine-tune it in. So what are we thinking, like maybe 9? That looks close, but still too much. Is this 8? Oh my god, is it really gonna be 8? I'm gonna bank on it here. I'm gonna make them all 8. Ooh, that could be it. One thing to do, I've said this a lot to people when you're doing GUIs. I create something new because everything is I call it pixel perfect, right? So I could take a snipping tool. We are gonna focus on the game. I'm going to take a snippet, gonna copy that, paste it in, so we can kind of zoom in here. Yeah, that is perfect on point. 8 was our number. Sweet. But what you could do, like what I did here, is I actually created the background texture. Like you see these 10,000, you know, like the button actually just sits on top of that. So these are what the old buttons were. I just don't care enough to change them. But that turns into this, which is nice. You can't please everyone with the spiders, for example. For example, I had the same issue with creatures I was making. Redid some of the animations for one, but now I'm commit to just do creatures as I see them most horrifying. Yeah, and you know, that's the thing, like, you know, the drifters and everything, it's a different visual appeal. Like, you can get away with like the blocky Minecrafty stuff. Skeletons aren't really scary, creepers aren't really scary, like the zombies are, you know, cubes walking around pretty much. You know, I like to have a little realism. But yeah, the creature mods, like my favorite creature mod is from Minecraft. Lycanites mobs. The things that guy does with Blender is freaking incredible. Incredible. It's, you know, that I consider a staple mod, but we don't have anything like that. People have made mods where it's like the better drifters and the other kind of drifters. I see too many drifters. I don't want another drifter mod. You know, let's add some other creatures. It's great that it can update while the game is running. Yeah, it's really nice. Saves so much time. But yeah, that's our thing so far. Now I gotta move that text where it says like idle. I gotta move that down into here to display. I also have to redo the code now. If I pull up the different kind of mana stones, it should try to create other things. So let me look up mana stones. I'll get the tier 1, 2, 3, and 4 mana stones. So swapping out the mana stones, it highlights the scroll that you're going to be creating, the spell scroll that you're going to be creating. Make sure all of those work. Yep, that would be a tier 3 spell, that would be a tier 2, and a tier 1. So yeah, that's working pretty darn well. The parchment paper fits in there nicely. This would be the fuel. We need to do a check here on the background. We need to make sure, like, hey, you know, we're going to start processing something. I need to move the information down here so it's more similar to this, right? So I can see, like, what the output is, if it's running, what the time's going to be, things like that. Maybe I could put something in where you can put in a mana stone. And then that can tell you like what the other reagents are for the type of spell, you know, but I'm gonna have to rewrite that, but I think that'd be pretty cool. Lycanites are great, but I always dislike how they clash with MC graphics. They'd actually fit more into VS. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, there definitely is a clash, but by the time you add a whole bunch of other mods, I mean, you know, it kind of feels like it fits more, you know? Like some of like you get super slopes in there, and you know, some of the other mods, it starts to change the whole Minecraft appeal. But yeah, those monsters would fit really well in here. The problem is, I don't think anyone's able to get, I don't think you can get the OBJ files, the object files, to work with entities in Vintage Story. I think it only works, from what I heard, it only works with like block entities, those files. So I don't think even if you wanted to, you can't. You know, you can't make anything in Blender yet for the now that I could be wrong. It's just what I heard. But yeah, that's what I heard. Okay, so let's work on the background. This should start processing when we get everything right, and the bars should start to accumulate. So let's look at our block entity. There's a lot of unused code in here. I'm gonna have to start minimizing some stuff, I think. Some of the stuff that I'm not using. Here we go. So can start changing block if so this is just gonna be a check here. So we're looking at inventory slot 1, which used to be, oh, this isn't good. I started to use a variable, and then I have statics in here. We're gonna have to find them all. Oh my god, look at all of the references to inventory. No. No. Okay, it looks like a lot of this is going to be nonsense anyways. So I'm just gonna scroll through. We're gonna audit this code just a little bit. Generate inventory mesh. I can just minimize that. Mesh 1, mesh 2. Here we go. So for processing then. All right, so what am I doing here? What was I doing? Current output stack code equals... Oh, so did I do 0, 1, 2 before? This was not updated since my last one. My must-have mods for MC are create and ice and fire. That's what she said. Yeah, move on. The OBJ files, PQ Tech mod uses them, if I understand correctly, but also as just block models. And he did animations in code. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like those, you know, it's not like how it is in Minecraft where you got full compatibility, right? Like I heard it was just blocks, and I didn't think like the animations were a mystery. If like you would have to make your own, you know, hooks into animations. It would be nice, again, right? I would like another tool. I would like a chance to fire up Blender and actually use it, gain another skill. So what am I using this for in my code? So I got it down here. Oh, I'm not using it there. Okay. I'm not using it there. I'm not using it there. I'm not using it. I'm not using this method anywhere. I'm going to temporarily comment this out. I may not even need that. This can start. Oh, that's why I started with this method and I changed it into this. This is what I'm using. So can start crafting tier 1 items. We're gonna want to make sure a bunch of things are not empty. I should do this dot slot input 1. I should do this dot slot input 2. And I should do the fuel slot. So basically I do an initial check and I say all of these slots should not be empty. And since it can only hold one item, or the mana stone, it can hold any kind of mana stone. But as long as you have that stuff, then we can start looking. Now what I do is I say if input slot 1. It used to be called a knowledge fragment. I got rid of that. But now it's going to be the parchment. So that was the runic parchment. I'm going to pull it up here. So if it contains runic parchment, dash blank. So I want it to be a blank runic parchment. And this inventory. So, okay, so I'm also doing a check here to make sure there is enough. For this, it's going to be greater than or equal. 4 was the one, right? Wasn't that what I was doing? I think so. I think it was 4. I should turn this into a variable. We're gonna go up top, and I'm gonna turn it into a variable. I'll put it right here. We'll do public int input 1 cost equals. I'm just gonna put in the 4. I'll do input 2 cost. Or I can say item cost. That would probably word a little better. Item cost for input 2, and then I'm going to make a variable for the item cost for the fuel slot. Fuel, I believe, was 8, and then 4 and 4, because it was 4, 8, 12, 16, and then 8 times 4, that would have been the 32 maximum. So yeah, we got that. Let's scroll back down to what we were changing. which is right here. Now I can start piping this stuff in, right? So this input 1 stack size needs to be, in this case, it's just going to be 4. So it's got to be 4 or greater than 4. Also, what we are looking for, I'm just going to put a couple spaces in here to make it a little easier on the eyes. We also want to make sure that there is a lesser mana stone. For that lesser mana stone, that's going to be this dot item cost input 2. So that's also going to be 4 in this case. This is going to be this dot input slot input 2. Slot input 2. That way, if I need to do this again, I just have to create a new variable, or if I need to change the number, I change it in the variable, and it's going to propagate it through my code. I wasn't too robust before. Shame on me, right? I'm going to copy this, paste this in. Now I'm going to do something to look at the fuel. So we're going to get the item cost for the fuel, F-U-E-L, not B-U-E-L. This is going to be the slot fuel. This is going to be slot fuel. The item we're specifically looking for is going to be Arcanus. I'm going to do one more check here because I do plan on having an Arcanus block. I am going to say... So I'm going to put this, so I'm going to look at the item stack. I'm going to get the item for it. And I'm going to say is, oh, actually Arcanus is not a special block. Never mind. Just kidding. Instead of a contains, I'll make this an equals instead. There we go. So it's only going to take Arcanus, which is my fuel. Zamana, hey, how are you? And with that being said, I get to just copy this part out now. And I'm going to paste it here. And here. And here. Better yet, I will just paste it here. I'm going to modify this further, and then I can paste, copy and paste the whole thing. So again, right, we're going to want to do a check to make sure that the inputs are not empty. And then what we're going to do is I'm going to look for the blank parchment. This would be the greater mana stone. This is going to be the Arcanus. And now we're going to do a multiplier here. So I'm going to say multiply that by 2. So that would be 8. 8, 8, and 16, right? Is that how I wanted to do it? 8, 8, 16, and then, yeah, 8 times 3 would be 24. Yeah, so that's exactly what I would want to do. I'm going to do this. Now, I'm going to just copy this whole thing. And we're going to paste it here. So that's going to be times 3. This is going to be the superior. And then I paste it into here, and of course this is going to be the Celestial Moonstone. C-E-L-C-E-L-E-S-T-I-A-L. This is going to be multiplied by 4. That should be, I think that should be just about everything we need to do. Because I already have the numbers here. See, instead of doing it like 4 now, I can do this dot item cost input 1. So again, I can change this one variable and have it propagate to everything. This would be 2. This would be fuel. Again, we're going to come into here, so I'm going to have input cost times 2. This would be input cost 2 times 2. This would be the fuel slot. Times 2. And then this will be all the same. This is going to be all times 3. Copy, make that a 2, paste. Make this fuel, paste. Copy that. All right, and this would be times 4. And this would be times 4. This becomes fuel. There we go. I don't think all of this code is the old way I did it. I'm not getting rid of it yet until I release the mod and I realize, like, yeah, this is what I want. Recipe lists. Oh god, I don't even need any kind of recipe list here. I don't need to check for anything being valid. Let's go ahead and comment this out as well. Let's comment this out, and there we go. So this is all pretty much dead code as it is. So this should be everything. Yay! Let's shut down the game. Game is not happy when you change variables outside of methods or you change methods. You gotta restart the game, rebuild. So it built successfully. Good start. I think the new Oculus, like I wanted to make items that are going to be fun to use. It's not going to be in the alpha, I don't think, anyways, unless I get a bug to do it before it's released. But like the Arcanus that you collect, you know, like the fuel source, you can turn that into a buildable block. Oh, and look at that, it's researching. So it took the code. If I pull it out, it's going to stop. I put it in. Yep, and it is indeed researching. Looks like we gotta fix this bar, which is fine. We can, we gotta move the bar up, but it tells me how long I have to process this. It's kind of running on the end here. Let's do time set day. Yep, we got some particles. I didn't make the particles as nice as these particles, you know, where everything's kind of centered and looks all right. We have to just copy that code over into here. But so far, this is pretty darn good. We need to move that text down into where the text information is, which means I can make it bigger and more pleasing. And we got to move this bar up. So let's do those two things. Oop. All right, we're going to go back into the GUI. These are going to be done, I believe they are done through the overlay. I'm just going to double check. Yeah, these are going to be all done through the overlay. So this custom draw for this fuel bar, this is the bounds. Oh man, what did I do the math? Like, wasn't it like 64 originally, or 63 minus the 8? So this isn't going to be 8 if this is 124 and it starts here. I gotta shift this thing up at least 40. Let's just try and subtract 40 and see what we got. Well, well, it did something that I did not want it to do. Oh wait, I gotta do the with fixed position, right? With fixed height. So instead of 142, let's just make this 102. No, that's not gonna be it. There's a certain variable that we're gonna have to turn. I thought it would be this fixed width, fixed x, fixed y. So this one I would have thought. Yeah, see, I gotta, how did I move it? That minus the battery percent, so the fixed X and the fixed Y. That's the dynamic custom draw. There we go. So that's calculating it. Interesting there. Are the particles glowing at least a bit for both of them? Yeah, they are. They're not super bright, but there is a glowing particle with it. It's just like with spells. When you cast, here, I'll meditate and open up the spell book here. See what spells I even have learned. I think I've unlocked them all. I think I'm like admin mode right now. Yeah, I got all of them. So something like we'll do fire. So you'll shoot a projectile, like your spells around you will light up. You know, like all this does light up at night. And that fireball that you kind of see right there spinning, that is actually pretty well lit at night as well. Boop. Will your magic mod have a guidebook of some sort to teach players how the mod works? Potentially. I'm trying to make things intuitive so I don't have to write as much of a guidebook. I want the guidebook to be like a general thing, right? Like, you know, make sure you create an altar, an oculus. This is how you like learn spells. This is how you get better at magic by casting spells. This is how you meditate. Like some of the basics, but I don't want to write a novel. You know what I mean? Like I gotta find, because I hate doing that. It's the worst part of modding for me, is making the guidebooks, because as soon as I come out with an update, I forget about the guidebooks and they're out of date, and then they become kind of useless. I'll have the information on the website too, but yeah, I guess I will have a guidebook. I just hate guidebooks so much. That's how I feel about making quest books for mod packs. Yeah, right. Because it's so annoying, because it's all through here. You know, and it's like I gotta have another text document, right? And it's this long freaking run-on sentence here with like all this stuff, right? Like, you know, to link an item in, there's a certain thing you have to do, you know, by placing all this machine pellets, right, pointing to the right. It's just such a pain in the butt. Yeah, I like exploring it myself instead of a guide holding my hand. Yeah, and that's the other thing. I don't want to tell people, you know, like, to unlock magic, you do it a certain way, right? To, you know, your mana, like, you know, for meditation, you know, you kind of sit for it. Like, some of the basic is sitting. It's not like meditation's a key. You just have to be sitting without anything in your hand, you know, for like 10 seconds. And then see, now you're going to start meditating. And I'm gaining mana back, you know, each tick is 1 mana point. Now, I would be lowering my temporal stability if I was not in a non-creative world, but yeah, if you can explore things in world somehow, it's always ideal. IMO, like, could be a tapestry or something showing what to do. Yeah, and that's what I would like too. Those kind of breadcrumbs. You know, like maybe I make an actual like book too. Like maybe, you know, like you can get like a magic book, you know, a magic book guide, or I don't know, something. I mean, obviously I got books, but yeah, I'm still got to piece that together. The big thing with this alpha was getting spell casting together, right? You know, like the spell bar, you know, the particles in between, you know, moving to like interrupt it, you know, things like fly. You know, if I stop casting fly, right, you know, like, you know, this spell's actually really cool. This is a tier 4 spell, right? You could fly. I could cast in the air, so if I wanted to, you know, I could start casting like fireball and attack from the sky, you know. But, you know, the run speed buffs, like how spells get better and everything, there are some things I am gonna have to explain. But yeah, documentation's definitely last. And things may change. Like, I may get this out in people's hands and they propose a way to do something better that I like, and then I change some core mechanics. You know, you never know. Boop. All right, let's put that away. Where's my... There it is. I was gonna say, where's my Oculus? All right, so we have to move this. We have to move this up. So let's focus on doing that. I'm gonna move this right here. I'm gonna move this right here just so I can get to it easier. And this is the actual code we're looking at. I really thought it would have been in the overlay here, in these bounds, because it is about 200 by 124. See, then this is 142. This should be working. Unless battery percent. Oh, so that's taking into account 142 as well. So the 142s have to stay. I really thought it would have been this. So I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna try and do -40. Right, so we're pretty much raising this up. You know what? So actually it may be doing what I wanted to do. Let's be a little more aggressive with it. Let's do 50. Oh, you know what I could do? Let me change the hover text first. So I can see like where the start is. So that's pretty darn close. So it's not 50, it's gonna be like 54, maybe? Nope. Maybe 50... Let's try 58. Oh, I put 54 in the wrong way. Oh, that's pretty close. Is it 60? Is it going to be 60? Is that going to be my final number? Okay, so it's not 60. Okay, see how the bar's kind of shooting up top. So it's not that. I think it may be 58. So I'll do 58 for both. It's not 58. Maybe it is 56. Well, I'll be. I don't think it's 50. It may be 55 for this bar. Okay, that looks a little better here. Let's try and comment out of this. No, I broke it. Damn you, admin mode. Oh my god, I do that all the time. Oh well. All right, let's put things back in, right? So this is going to be this slot. Oh, that's right. Let's get rid of some things here. I got to get a couple things. Arcanus. Damn it. There we go. Start processing again. Okay, there we go. So now it's going to start processing. Now I need to adjust this up a little bit. So we got half of it here. Oh boy. Fixed width, right? So let's do the math straight up on this. Let's pull up a calculator. 124 minus 55. 69, good number. Right, get that final number in there. Now what we need to do is shift this whole thing up. So with fixed height, I wonder if there's something I could do with fixed size. No, with fixed height, fixed margin, fixed offset. New fixed offset that's used during the alignment. No, padding. It's not going to be... Is it alignment offset? Maybe it is alignment offset. I may be able to leverage alignment offset. I'm going to try and put this back temporarily. Oh, wait. Well, with fixed offset, this is going to take an X and a Y. The X is going to be 0, Y. Let me do negative 58. So it's definitely not with fixed alignment. That's not going to help us. It's kind of interesting how the bar is looking a little janked. it should not be acting this way, which tells me that I may have to redo this overlay element a little bit. Oh, wait, unless there's something else here. So we got the overlay. Time remaining, we got the attributes. We're not using that draw. On draw fuel bar image, this could be it. So I'm making a rectangle that's 21 by 142. So that's that draw image. We're calculating time. I'm calculating the percent, which is fine. No, so it should be moving the whole thing, and it's not. That's weird. Because this right here is the custom draw for the bar. Oh, wait, Oculus bounds. Okay, so we're looking at this as well. Yeah, there it is, 124. Okay. Okay, so this should be negative, oh god, what was it? What did I say? 58? Let's try 58. We are going to save fireball. Okay, so now we're getting something more here. So I need to adjust this. I think instead of 59, let's make this 58. Let's get rid of this hover text stuff. Let's get rid of, you know, let's just backtrack. Now that I know what it is, let me get rid of all this extra junk. So this is what it was innately. Yep, so it's right there to right there. Now let's look at the Oculus bounds. So you got your X, your Y, your width, and your height. So let's do negative 50. So it did shift it up. Let's do a 54. Nope, let's do 56. I'm going to use the snipping tool. So I want to make sure it's just about good. Copy. Paste this in. All right, let's zoom in. So looks like that's pretty pixel perfect. We got 2 pixels here and 2 pixels on the side, which means when we shift everything else, this bar will come up, and I want to make sure there are 2 pixels here as well. Right, make everything look visually appealing. So let's move this back over out of the way. So now that we have that, we have the negative 56. I can pop these in. Let's save fireball. There we go. So again, let's make sure that it is pixel perfect. So that should have fixed everything. Copy, paste. Oh no, we have 3. No, my OCD. No, we're 1 pixel off. Unfortunately, I have to wait a little bit to make sure that the top is still okay. But that is very interesting. Maybe we are a little off. You know what? I'm gonna reopen that back up. Copy. Paste that in, right? So ideally it should be this, right? So we got 17 by 139. See, I'm stretching it. That's what I'm doing. I mean, 142 is the maximum. You know what? I think... Oh, I almost just broke it again. I think this is going to be fine. We got the progress bar. Looks like, yeah, I moved that up. So we've adjusted everything up. Now I got to take this text. We'll let it keep running. And as you can see, right, it's pretty dark in the game, so you could still see the particles. We need to move that text down. I also want to change the formatting of the text. And because I can fit more information now, it's not a tiny window, it's going to be this whole bottom bar that we have. So let's go ahead and fix that. So if the processing time, so I want the research text bounds. This is going to have to pump down quite a bit. So let's make it, if it's 250 down, let's make it like 270. Instead of 113, let's just make that 30. There we go. So we got our researching down there. Let's do this a little differently. So I want to change some of the specific information here. Instead of 30, that's probably a little too aggressive. I will take away 10. I will also take away... take away 10 here as well. Trying to just kind of set it in the corner a little bit. Maybe make this like 25. Okay, that looks a little better. Let's make this something like 58. There we go, just up a little bit. Let's change the font size now. So for researching, I'm gonna add on to this. Oh, here we go, with font size. Instead of 12 point, let's see what 20 looks like. Way too big. Way too big. Let's try 14. Okay, that is better. It's already bold. We need to increase the window space here. So instead of being 80, I can make this 140. That should be more than enough. There we go. So it says researching. I can have researching spell tier 1, and then I can have the arrows on the bottom. I can do that. That way you can see it's actively doing something. Or maybe I should set this up differently. Maybe I can do... All right, so this is what I do if I want to, you know, account for something like this. I'm going to take a snipping tool. I'm going to copy this, copy. We're going to open up this. I'm going to paste it in. We're going to get rid of this. I'm just going to... There we go. Do that. We're going to put text in here, and now I get to choose what I want to say. So I can say, like, status. And then that could be something like researching. I can say output. It could be spell, scroll, fat fingering, tier 1. Maybe, whoops, could be something like this. A tier 1 spell scroll. What else could I have in here? Researching, status, or you know what? Instead of the status, maybe I can have that be at the bottom. And then I can do the output. Maybe. All right, let's try this. I don't really care for that. So I can say requirements. Do I want to say, do I want to use the word requirements? Or missing, I could say missing. Missing items. Right, something like this, and I can say, because I can have 2, right? So this could be missing items. Or I could eventually have a say required items, but I can say things like runic parchment. This would be mana stone, and then arcanus. Instead of missing, let's do required items. Runic Parchment, Mana Stone, Arcanus, right? This text, I really should have done this in a different layer. I really should have put it here. So I'm going to copy this, copy, paste. There we go. Now I can get rid of that. I'm going to set this to default. Oh, whoops. There we go. So this would be one screen, requirements, and it would have the runic parchment, right? You know, the items in here. As you put things in, I would get rid of what it is, or I could turn it green, as in like it's in there. It would be red if it's missing. Or, you know, instead of required, maybe it could still be missing. I can change it in the localization, right? So you'll get the indication of what you actually need in here. I think I can get an outline image of each one of my items. And I can have that be over the you know, the slot. That way you'll see like, yeah, look at that, that's the same shape as this, right? Like a little puzzle game. Where do I put the parchment? Right there. And then that would turn into, you know, what the final output's going to be, right? So let's do this so I can say I almost have to be an adult. That's my warning. So for this, I can say maybe status. And it could say like researching. You know, instead of status, I could say currently researching. And then it could be like spell, scroll, tier 1. Something like that. Can maybe put it like that. And then I would have the loading bar down here, right, with the arrows kind of going. So you could see like it's doing something, but it could give you what the item actually is. Instead of the way I'm doing it now. Bernardo, all. Oh, blurry saying all. Yeah, Vice is gonna have to go, but it's Friday. I'm gonna be doing stuff tonight, definitely. I may live stream again. I mean, it's Friday, I could stay up late. May work on this, because if I can get this done, then as we play test, I know I have just a couple of recipes to put in. Who knows, if we get done in time, I can create the block forms for, you know, the Arcanus, the Eldrathnium, you know. So because I want to make it like, if this is a magic mod, I want a blue torch, like a blue magic torch that people can use, you know, and to decorate things with, right? So, you know, I'm gonna have you know, I want like crystals that you can actually place on the ground to kind of make it feel magey, you know. It's midnight for me anyways. Oh, so you probably won't be up in another 3 hours. Well, you can get some sleep and then come back. Hey.
The plan was to go pick up Baby Triangle at like Mom and I about 5:30, take him to dinner with us, and then come back. You didn't want to go to dinner, right?
Oh yeah, that's right. No, I didn't.
Okay. So just
it's that Lost Dog, right?
Or somewhere else if we can't get him. Because Carl tried to make reservations, and they were like, well, we can only guarantee a reservation for 7:30.
Cool.
So we were going to take our chances at 6, and then if it doesn't work out, we're going to spend.
Okay. I guess by that point, I'll be fine. I can just eat some of our leftover chicken.
Sure? Because we picked something else.
I know.
Stop and pick something up for you on the back.
I know. I don't. Nah, it's
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Lost Dog upsets my stomach a little bit.
I know that's why you don't have to eat it, but...
I know.
Okay. Alright, well then we will pick them up.
Okay.
Stay and keep playing.
Awesome.
Alright, love you.
Alright, love you too. Alright, so my plans have changed. I am not gonna stop streaming yet. I don't have to be I don't have to be an adult for a little while longer. Yeah. Woo! Okay, well, I guess that being the case, when my alarm goes off again, I will cancel it. You know, I could cancel it right now. Dismiss. I usually have to pick up Baby Triangle, you know, or at least start to get ready to pick Baby Triangle up at this time. But yeah, benefits to being a picky eater, right? Okay, so let's continue. What was I working on here? What am I doing over here? Yep, we're moving some things down. This is awesome. I am in such a good mood right now. Okay, so the researching we have at about the right bounds here. So a tier text 1 bounds is what we want to target next. I think I want this to be 25 as well. This should be 258. Gonna save that, fireball it in. So now it's down here. I want this to be different. So instead of researching, I'm gonna make the text white. So I'm gonna say FF, right? And then for the spell tiers, I'm gonna have those actually be orange because I don't know why. It's pleasing to my eye, but like seeing it like this, I like this so much more. I don't know why, but I do. And I may end up changing these colors, but I'm gonna use the same colors to start off with. So to find the color, the exact color I'm using, I just have to pull this up. Got it over here. And copy this number. I knew it was FFDD something. So for all of these, paste, 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 and paste. Oh, and that's what I'm using for the tier text 2 bounds. Okay. So for that, I'm going to do the same thing. We'll do 25. I will do 258. It's going to bump this down a little bit. Let's change the sizing next. Sizing's going to be a big thing. So instead of 12 point, let's make it 16, right? I want it to be, you know what? Let's make it the same. Let's just make it 14. All right, we're gonna save, fireball it in. I'm gonna move this back down. That's the wrong thing. Here it is. Right, so this is kind of what it's looking like. And you see, like, it's kind of glitching a little bit here. I know why. It is because we got to look at the bounds here. So we're doing 25. That's a little too much. For the bounds, I kind of want to make this more. This is going to be 130. No, you know what? This is going to be closer to 160. Whoops. Which means for this one, I can make this 160 as well. The research text bounds, this will be 160. I'll just make it 160 across the board. So I'll fireball that in. And do you see how it shifted all this other stuff up? It is because we have, it could be this bottom bar, this bounds. I may have to do something more with the position of it. But it should be all of this. Let me comment this out. And if it goes away, it tells me it's something in here. Yeah, see, everything shifted down. It's no longer, you know, do I even need the loading bar? Like, I did that before as like a visual nod to, like, you know, not being able to have anything else. Like, I didn't even have this bar off to the side when I added that. So maybe I don't need it. Maybe I could just say researching spell tier 1 or spell scroll tier 1. right? Spell scroll, this would be tier 1. This would be the tier 4, tier 3, tier 2. Copy, paste, paste, paste. And then I can do localization for this when I have the wording right. Right, spell scroll tier 1. What did I name the spell scrolls? Yeah, that's actually how I have a spell scroll. It would be. Should I do 2 caps spell scroll? No, I won't do 2. This isn't Minecraft. Minecraft capitalizes each individual word. Vintage Story does not, so I will stay on point for the theme. There we go. That being said, I guess I can make these a little bigger now, huh? Because I'm not necessarily having to put more information. You'll see what it's doing. You'll see how much time it has. You know, like it's clearly doing something. I do want to make it so this right here kind of lights up. This lights up. I want to put a like a little circle kind of pentagram on the piece of paper here when it's processing, so there'd be a lot of visual cues that it's doing something. But yeah, I think it's coming out pretty well. That being the case, I can increase this to maybe 16 point. Right? Researching. Which means these 4 can be 16 point as well. I gotta come up top because this should probably be 18 now. There we go. Everything's spaced a little better. I'm gonna space them a little more, have a little more separation there. There we go. Yeah, that's looking mighty fine. I guess for this, I could try and center it a little more. I'll leave it like that for now. I don't know if I'm gonna put like the time down here, because technically I have the amount of time left right there, but I also have it as a mouse over tooltip, so I don't necessarily have to put it here. I do want to add the couple of things, right, to make this look a little better, right, a little lit, like when it's processing. So we are going to do that. I'm going to save and quit because we're going to have to create some files. Boop. I don't need the runic parchment up anymore. What we're going to have to do is go to the textures, and I'm just going to have a texture overlay on top of the texture overlay. It's going to be a hat in a hat. So we're going to look at the oculus. I'm going to look at the background. I'm going to copy and paste this. Did not mean to do that. I hate when I do that. Don't save. I just want to, there we go, do this. So I'll say background. I'll do overlay. Open this up. For this, I want to, again, right, I want to have the pentagram in there. I want these to be lit up, which I believe I have that here, right? Arrows? No. The arrows are going the wrong way. Okay, so I have that arrow. So I'm going to copy that. We're going to create a new layer. I'm going to paste it in. Right, so I want this to be pretty much lit up. For these arrows, I'm going to reverse them. So something like that is going to be good. I'm going to copy this, paste it in. Right, again, we're trying to light it up. The paper, I can have the paper with this kind of hue. What I probably want to do is make the paper black and white for the background. So let's just do the effect. Let's make that black and white, right? So you got your toned out paper. I am going to, I guess I'll change this in a bit. All right, so this is kind of what it's going to look like. Let's go ahead and I guess, oh man, I gotta make like a small little summoning pentagram thing. Maybe it could be like a basic star pattern in a circle. Let's try it. So I will go 1, 2, 3, 4, or you know what, better yet, let's do... So 21 by 21's there, so if I count from 4 from the bottom, that should get me where I need to go. Let's make a... Let's not do a brush size, let's do a brush size of 1. Let's make this a circle. I'm going to start here, and I'm going to go, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, so that should be pretty close to a circle. Let's make it white. I'm going to punch it in 1, 2, 1, 2. Let's move it down a little bit, right? Something like that. Let's make it a little thicker. There we go. Now I want kind of like a star pattern. I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna create another layer. We are going to change this color because I want it to be kind of golden too, right? Like it's doing something. So let's go to color. Let's go to tint. Wait, top layer. Color. Actually, let's see what the flip rotate does. I can inject color directly this way. So maybe something like that. See, now I get that kind of golden ring on the outside. So now that I know that's going to be easy to do, we'll go back to this. I'll inject the color after I draw out the pattern. I don't like that this and this are a little off. So I'm going to kind of select this, and I'm going to mush it down 1. There we go. That way it's kind of centered on the page. Now I'm going to get the line tool. Something like this. Right, I'm drawing it out by hand, so I mean it's not going to be perfect. I do kind of like that though. I do like that. Now what I can do is duplicate the layer. We're going to inject the color into it. Size, rotate. There it is. It's not bad. I can tone this down a little. Why don't I make it a little transparent? Oh, you know what I could do? I'm gonna copy this, right? I'm going to create something new. This is the original, I believe. Let's see. Yeah, so these are the original rings. Like this is the original. So I can try and create a new. Oops. Color. Flip rotate. Let's put it back to white. Oh darn it! I did the wrong layer. I do that a lot. Effect, color, flip rotate. What is it? That? There we go. So let's get that again. I gotta re-squeeze this down, right? Because I did that with the other layer. Just like that. All right. Let's use the line tool. Let's make the line tool thin. See, it's 12 right now. Let's make it like, let's see what an 8 does. Oh, wait. Okay, brush size. Let's make it a 1. Okay, that may actually be a little better. I'm going to create another overlay. I'm going to make it easier on myself. I'm going to take red, and I'll say, like, this is the center. So then, like, this point, this point, and that point. Better yet, let's do that instead. So those are going to be my guiding points to do this. So now I can get the line tool. Let's put it back to white so I can say from here to here, from here to here, here to here, here to here, here to here. Good enough. Good enough. Good enough for who it's for, right? I can close that out. Now I'll duplicate this layer. I'm going to inject that color into it. I want it to be yellow. There we go. So that's going to show up. This is going to be the new page, right? The new picture. Instead of the old, you know, like nothing's there. Sweet. That's good. I'm going to merge this together. I can delete these old layers. What else should I do? I don't think there's much else to do. This is going to be a pretty good indication along with what it says at the bottom. I think people will get the hint. I can delete that and just have this be the layer. We are going to save this. I am going to copy this. You know what? I'm going to leave those. I'm just going to save this. We are going to rebuild. Hop back in. I'm going to put that overlay when it's on. That way, again, right, more visuals that it's actually doing something. You'll see the particles from the block. You will see the background is going to look different. You'll have that little page, you know, with the little symbol on it. You know, you're going to see a bunch of stuff. You'll have the loading bar. You'll see the status at the bottom change. That should be enough. It should be enough. See, so right now it's grayed out because it's technically off. Now let's get that new overlay. So I'm going to move this right here. Move this down. And I'm going to copy. Where are you? What am I looking for? This. Copy that. Come on down. I'm going to say if the processing, like if it's quote unquote researching, it probably should have this new thing, right? Oculus BG overlay is what we named that text, that picture file. I need to copy these bounds. Which is right here. I need to drag this down and paste it into here. And okay, so it's shifting things, so we're getting closer, but at least now we got the paper, got everything. Now we need to kind of shift things a little more. And I think it's doing that because of the sizing here. I think I could get rid of that just by trimming this to like 250. So I could do a 250 by 250. So see, it's going to push everything back down. Let's go into that text, that image again. So this is it. I want to do File, Canvas Resize. I'm going to make a 250 by 250. There we go. We're going to save that. I am going to come back into here. We're going to fireball in the change. I'm going to reload the game. And we should see it looks a little different. It should be sized just about right. It's not going to push the other elements off the screen. And I think we'll be done with the Oculus. People will be able to make spells. You know what we should do? I should figure out how to do the patching on the stream too. Oh, I gotta shift it up now. It looks like it may be, it may be about 30 too low. Let's try this. Oh, we're almost there. So close. Limao. Interesting how this is the overlay, right? Am I changing the right thing? Okay, researching background image or background bounds over. You know, this should be right. I guess, is it, do I really have to go in the negatives? Like negative 30? It's weird. Well, that was too much. Oh, by 300. I got the measurements wrong. For the overlay. Oh, shoot. This is gonna be janked up math. That's right. This should be 360. I may have to shift all the elements because I failed. Those are gonna be, this is the true bounds now. Ah, darn it. So this very well could be 30 now. Yeah, that or it's 0 now. It's either gonna be 30 or 0. You know, it's probably 0. See, this is like a moving target now. All right, you know what? I'm gonna stick with my janked up math. We're gonna keep this 300. Everything else was resized for it. It's something I could get in another pass, right? So everything's pretty much good to go there. Let's go back down to here. So 30 was too aggressive. Let's try 20. No. Let's try 14. Ooh, so close. 12. Maybe it's a solid 12. Nope, I guess it's 13. It's in between the two. There we go. That looks pretty good, just to make sure things are aligned. We're gonna go to new. I'm gonna take a snapshot, copy it, open up this, make it new, paste. How are we looking? Yep, so the overlay sits right on top. Yep, looks like we got some awesomeness there. Oh, I forgot to bring over sugar snaps. I'm just gonna copy this. So I need to bring this page over as well. So I'm gonna copy that, new, paste. Now I can delete that. There we go, because I want the blue tint to carry over. Save that. We're gonna minimize this image. Canvas resize. I'm gonna try and make this 300 to see if it's gonna make my math a little better. That's why it was shifting things up too, because we technically don't have this whole area down there. You know what? Instead of doing that, yeah, never mind. I'm too lazy. This is what it's gonna be. I'm like, I would have to shift all the other elements up. I don't want to do that. Sometimes I am too lazy. All right, let's upload the new file, the new image. Hope everyone's doing well. It's a wonderful Friday. I like Fridays. Well, we got some good news here. The good news is the image is there. We have to change the shape again, right? Because it's no longer 250. Now it's 250 by 300. I am going to save this. And look at that. Boom. Fits perfect right over top. So when it's doing something, the outline of the page is going to be a little up. You'll have your pentagram, you know, your little magic circle. These will light up, right? You'll have your loading bar. It's going to tell you what tier it's going to be making. You know, you got your research here, your spell scroll. So that should be good. It sucks having OCD sometimes, because while I'm talking, I'm thinking about how this is different than this. I think to make sure everything's 100%, I need to change. I need to make the changes. I think so. I'll do it off stream. I'm probably going to end up making those changes, but the Oculus should be done at this point. Why does this look like it's a little higher than this? Snipping tool. Snipping tool. Because remember, everything is pixel perfect. Expand the canvas. Go ahead. You son of a bee. You're off by 2. We're not gonna have that. It looked weird to me, right? I guess it's a superpower and a curse, right? I can just look at something and be like, yeah, it's off. So we want to go to this bound here. Highlighted bounds 1. So instead of 8, I think it's going to be 10. Because we were technically 2 pixels off. 10, 10, and 10. We should see it shift down when I accept it, so we're going to save. Oh, that looks better. That's not as glaring on my eyes. This bar coming up, I don't like that it's not set all the way down. I do want to see what it looks like, however, up here, right towards the top. I think it does cut off here. I may have to shift this whole thing down just a little bit, maybe like 1 pixel down. God, I should just do that now. I know what to do, so I should just do that now, right? So this should be 50. Oh, actually, it should be 55 instead of 56. 55 and 55. I think that's what we want. Save. Let's watch it drop down. Fireball. Son of a bee. Is it 2 pixels? Were we 2 pixels off? All right, let's take a look. Son of a bee. We're 3 pixels off. Oh my god. Oh. Terrible. Come on, Vice, get it together. So really this would be 53. 53 and 53. Okay, that looks so much better. I think, you know what? I think we're pretty much done here. I think we're done. Everything is aligned. This is clearly working. Let's move the particles, because I did fix the particles time set day. If you see, I found a way to make it like a little more centered. It's gonna look just a lot better than this janky math I was doing before. If you look, pretty much it's everything's on like this quadrant. It kind of does it. So I'm gonna find that code. We're gonna copy and paste that in, and then we'll figure out what to do next. We may play test and start putting in the remaining things that I need to put in. At this point, I might as well just make some of the blocks too, you know, for the items. That way people can build with it. Like I envision people wanting to make a mage tower using, you know, Arcanus blocks, right? Arcanus stone or Eldrathium ingots, or I would like to put in a magic wood. I don't know what that's going to look like though. I'm not sure how to implement it and what other uses it would have, because I don't want to just add a decoration block. I want you to use it somewhere in crafting, you know? So like I don't know what it looks like, but I think it would look cool to have like wooden planks, like a magic wooden plank. You know, so again, you can build, you know, whatever your hut is, whatever your mage tower is, whatever your home is, using the magical blocks. That's the goal. That's the goal. We may end up getting to that this stream. Maybe I make magic wood and your staff, your birch staff, kind of goes to instead of being like how it is now, where you know you can have the different colored woods. You know, like the purple heart. Here, let me soul bind it to myself. Boop. Right. So instead of having this for your staff, maybe it becomes like the magic wood. You know, whatever the magic wood is. Transmutate. Boop. I definitely like the particles that I did. Not too bad. Not too bad. All right, wait. What was I working on again? What was I doing? I just did everything here, right? I kind of want to keep this going to see what it looks like at the top. I totally had a brain fart. What do I want to work on? Oh, you know what? There is a little more. See, it's gonna say just idle. I want to make it to where if it sees like the celestial mana stone and it's not on, I want it to tell me what the reagents are, what it's going to craft. So let's fix that, because that's the other half of this, and then we'll be 100% done. So see, instead of idle, I'm gonna copy this and paste this in here. Instead of researching, I will say missing items. Copy that. Here we go. I'm gonna have to break this out, unfortunately. I'm gonna have to break this out. Shoot. This isn't gonna work out quite like as nicely as I thought it would. Right, so I'm gonna have my missing items. For now, I'm gonna do something like this. Right, so I can say mana stone, parchment, right? This is going to be the runic parchment, and arcanus. Yeah, it's going to be like that. This will be /n for new line. Put it in twice, put it in 3 times. Oh, we're gonna have to shift the entire thing down. I may have to reorganize things. Right, because missing, it's gonna be mana stone, the next one, and the next one. So we're not able to get the runic parchment because it's pushing it off the screen. Right? Yeah. Alright, so let's undo that. Oh, man. This sucks. This sucks. So, for the element bounds, this needs to be 360. Get ready to have everything shift. Whoa. There we go. There's everything. Ugh, this is gonna look so bad. Yep. See, that's too high now. Yeah, the bar's gonna be too high. Okay. It had to get done. I was a little OCD about it. I guess I should have just listened to my gut. I should have just listened. But no, I did not. Now I must pay the price. The price of my foolishness. Okay. Guess that being the case, I can shift this back down. God, so what do I think? I added 30, so what would this be, 88? This would be 88, this would be 88. Technically, 88 is the way. I think I'm gonna make the missing items, they're gonna be smaller. They're gonna be in a different text color too. Let's change that. And then I could deal with the spacing. We will make it look nice. So for this, I could just make this like 14, 14, 14. I'm gonna make these orange. Or I should make them red. What is the hex value for red? Let's go to colorhex.com. There we go. A nice aggressive red. This is what I want. So it's going to be FE0017. FE is iron. Oh, that's for the researching, so I'm going to put that back. This is where I'm going to want it. Let's save this, fireball it in. So again, right, so that looks pretty good. I think we could maybe push the missing items up a little bit, or maybe I can make that a little smaller. Doesn't need to be that big. It could be like 15 point. Right, okay, so that's looking good. That's looking good. Okay. See, that's all the same research bounds. I could make this 22, 22. Maybe something like that? No, hold on. I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make this research, and then I'll have a research 1. This one's gonna start at the same place, but the intervals are gonna be different. This will be like 20, 22. Which means I could bump this down to like 92, so I can have a little space between missing items and the items themselves. So this would be 1, 1, and 1. Let me save that. Fireball it in. There we go. See, just that little bit of space. Now I can shift everything up ever so slightly. We should be good. You know, I'll make this 1, and I'll make this 2, 2, and 2. Copy this, paste. That's going to be 2. This is going to go back to 86. I'm going to bump it up a little. I'll make this 90. I got to shift it up just a little bit more. So I guess technically this would be 89. This would be 85. Okay, that looks a little better to me. So you got your Mana Stone, your Runic Parchment, and the Arcanus. Sweet. Nice. So everything is looking pretty good, pretty good. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to change a couple other things, right? We gotta fix this next. I gotta bump those down. So it's going to be the bounds here. So we're looking at tier 2. Instead of 10, let's give it 40. Is that going to do it? Do I just have to add 30? Not quite. Shoot. Okay. The math's going to be a little jank. It's not 36. 26. Is it 26? It's not 26. Is it 28? That looks like it could be it. I'm just going to verify. All right, so I just pasted this in. Let's zoom in. Yeah, that did it. The good news is I can use that same offset number for all the other elements now, and it should just work. I don't have to do any extra math. So it's going to be adding 28 all here, so that right there should fix all of the buttons. I'm going to save and fireball it in. Now we can change to anything here. Yup, that works, that works. Let's get a bunch more mana stone. Yep, tier 1, everything is aligned. Good. Might as well leave that in. Parchment. And let's grab a bunch of these. So I can put that in. I can put this in. There we go. So now we have to bump this down a little bit. Which, again, we have the number. It's going to be 28. Easy. So add 28 to here, here, and here. The background image, we're going to add 28 to there. And what I do to clean, when I say like code cleanup, there we go. So everything is aligned. We need to do the, oh, we already got the hover text. Yep, that is in line. So what I do when I say things like code cleanup is I'll look at things like this and I'll just merge the math all together and then come up with whatever the final number is. That's like one of the things I do. The other things to, like, you know, this would all become one line, this would get deleted, this would move up to over here. You know, a lot of little things. That's what I consider code cleanup. You know, the spacing, like all this, if I'm not using it, I would delete it all, kind of compress it, make it look good. But yeah, we are rolling right now. That wasn't that hard to get all the elements back up. Yeah, see, it's perfect. Perfect. Researching spell scroll, tier 1. With this, it would be just, see, missing items. Now, this is where I'm going to have to get creative with it. So, I'm going to have to copy everything I just did. And we are going to paste it in here. So, I'm going to have to say if the processing time is 0 and... this dot inventory, here we go. I want to say inventory slot 0 dot is not empty, right? So I could do empty. I could say, so if it's not empty, or you know what, it would have to be empty because it's missing the item, right? So slot 0, I believe, is input 1, which is the parchment paper. So I can delete this, I can delete this, and I can delete this. Let's kind of clean it up a little bit. Copy that, paste. So if 1 is empty, then we will say instead of the runic parchment paper, that's going to be the mana stone. And we gotta copy and paste this one more time. So if the fuel slot is empty, which is going to be slot 2, then we will say Arcanus, which means I can comment this out, and this out, so the code should be more robust now. So we should see the runic parchment will disappear. Oh, actually, we're only missing the mana stone. Ha, I was wrong. So it is indeed working. I kind of like the idea of having the items instead of missing items. Maybe we could say required items. Instead of this, you know, I can do something like this, right? So if it's empty, then have it be in red. If it's not empty, let's look up the color for green. So let's pull up the website again. Let's find a nice green. Man, that is an aggressive red, huh? Holy schmoly. Here we go. Something a little easier on the eyes. Holy moly. For that green. Apologize, everyone. But that's going to be one heck of an annoying green. Fireball it in. So that's for the required item. That looks pretty good, but it is showing both. So it's like it's empty and it's not empty, which is kind of funny here. That's definitely odd. It should not be reading this. And then there's the mana stone. Oh, you know what? I think it's doing well because it's in the same as the mana stone. Oh, I see what I did. Mana stone should be here. Okay, I see what I did. So I'm gonna copy that, right? I'm gonna do the reverse there. I'm gonna copy this and we're gonna paste it in here. This will be the next thing. I'm gonna copy this, paste this in. So it's gonna go mana stone, runic parchment, and then arcanus. So I gotta put the extra line item in here. And I'm gonna have to copy this shade of green. I'm gonna paste it there. And that. There we go. So let's save. Fireball. There we go. So again, right, all the visual cues that I can give people. Required items. It's mana stone's red, right? Because there's no mana stone, but we have parchment paper in there, the runic parchment, and we have arcanus. If I take arcanus out, it's going to require it. So something like that, right? You got all three, and then it goes to researching. We can pull an item back out, and it's going to tell us required item. I think that is pretty simple. It should be easy for people to understand. If that is still too hard for people to understand, then, you know, there are bigger problems there than what I'm able to help with, I think, right? Slightly bigger problems. All right, and I'm just kind of cleaning things up, right? Making it look decent. So now everything should be done here. Boom, and then starts researching. Not bad at all. And then eventually the spell scroll, after the time elapses, it will eventually show up top here. I don't think I'm gonna have that because I need to redo that system and it's not worth the delay. I just kind of want to get this mod into people's hands. Maybe so I stop obsessing about it so much. There we go. The oculus, it's alive. Oh yeah, let's do the particles. Let's do that next. So I believe the particles, I'm actually rendering them through the block. Yeah, right here. Oculus. So that's interesting. I'm actually using the same... Oh, I'm doing it a little differently. Okay. But the async particles, that's weird. These particles should be... the same. Honestly, the particles, I don't think it looks that bad. Yeah, it's just randomized. Same with like over here. Oh wait, so I gotta, hold on, let's cast transmutation on this. I'm gonna cast it a couple times. We're gonna pump some mana into this block. You warp the laws of reality. There we go, we got 40 mana. Now I could turn this on. And this is just a more aggressive, that's the difference. Okay, so that being the case, position true. There we go. So I got to set this to true, and then the particle should be the same. There we go. More particles. Yes. I want it to be clear that magic is happening. Cool. All right, and we got our visuals. So I think that's that is indeed done. Wow. All right. So let's go through the gameplay loop, I suppose, and let's make some recipes. Jeez, after we make the recipes, it's kind of done. At that point, it's going to be, if I get tied up in something, it's just feature creep for the initial release. So let's go to, yeah, smithing. Yeah, so I was throwing things in before. We're going to have to look at some of this stuff. We'll do it piece at a time. Full screen, right? So you start the mod off. Let's go into a fresh world. Let's start this from scratch. Go through the gameplay loop. Create a new world. Test for magic. I wish I had a water bottle. This Mountain Dew started off tasting good. Now it's like, ugh. Man, that is sweet. Holy crap. Enter for a chance to win a $500 Taco Bell gift card. Are you crazy, man? $500 at Taco Bell? I'd die. They're trying to kill me. Tuba high pitched. I always go, I had my hair cut recently, so hair's a little shorter now. Let's go to none. Let's do the grin, none, stubble. Got that nice stubble. My hair is black. Confirm. Boop, boop, boop. Clockmaker. You son of a bitchin' bitch. Come on, bro. There we go. Why would you do that to me, game? You suck. All right, let's find a nice little platform here. Nice little platform. Let's make it out of mud brick. Dark mud brick. Dark mud brick. There we go. Let's do glass. So this is going to be my little containment, right? So first thing you're going to do to unlock magic is you need to get your temporal stability to 0. We're going to spawn a rift in here. /GM1. So by lowering it to 0, you unlock magic, because in my mod, magic is going to be tied to the Rust world. So this is going to be a dangerous first step, but, right, risk versus reward. You want to be a mage? Well, And if the world is, if they do disable like rifts and temporal stability, because there are worlds that just disable that, people automatically unlock magic. So you don't have to go through this step. But eventually, what's going to happen is we got no mana bar, we have nothing. When it hits 0, there we go. So you can't see because my head is in the way. But we got some flavor text. You peered into the abyss and shifted your perception of reality. This has been noticed. Your magic tier increased to level 1. You have unlocked a new spell transmutation. Check guidebook book for complete list of unlocks. Right. So I can go /GM2. And of course, when your temporal stability is low, if you have any mods for like hostile creatures, see like my will-o-wisp spawned over there. If I look around, we probably got some monsters kind of hiding in the bushes here. It is daytime, so they are going to be... I think I hear the spiders. So we definitely have a spider around here. Like other creatures, hostile mobs will spawn. You know, other mods. So let's pull up a temporal gear. Let's get a knife. I'm coming back to sanity. Boop. All right, now we can go back up on our platform. Where to go? There it is. So you unlock magic, you start off with 10 mana. You can actually do things now. First thing we can make is a staff. The way we do that, we actually have to come up with the way to do that. So what I was thinking for the staff was taking like quartz, using a certain kind of wood. I was thinking maybe a wood plank, maybe? Although I don't know if I want to have like the inert birch staff, right? Like should it have a specific wood type? I'm not sure if people would like that as a whole. I thought it was a cool concept, being able to make your staff out of different woods. You know, just for the visual lulls. But that's the first recipe we're gonna have to fix. Right here. Oh yeah, because I had it as a club before. You would use a knife, a club, and clear quartz or quartz ore. So that's right. I had it to where you whittled down a club. You know, the club is one item I've never seen anyone really use or make. It's like a trash item almost, you know? Because what are you gonna do? Like, sure, I could get a club, or I could just make a spear because I have plenty of stone, and I could just fight with a spear. That's superior. I think it's superior, anyways. So I tried to make the club something unique, but if that's the case, we got to find a new source of wood. So let's pull up something like acacia. What do we got here? I could have it to where you needed a board, and then you whittled the board down, but it's kind of losing that feel, right? Because this is what it is. So maybe you can whittle it down. Maybe a knife, a board. But if I use a board, then that would kind of guarantee you'd have to be like in the Copper Age, which you probably should be anyways, right? You would have to have a saw. You'd have to shave down the planks. So I guess we could do. Let's make planks. You have to use a plank now. So I could do game : plank dash and then type. Game : plank dash. And then I'm going to pipe in the type. We have to have a list of the allowed types. I'm doing that in one of my other mods already, in Vice Blocks. Assets, recipes, grid. Where is it? Painting. Here we go. Wood windows. So these are all the types of wood there are, so I could just copy this. Actually, this is already using the wood planks. I can just copy all of that. Let's go into staff, paste all of this in. I'll be nice. You'll only... Oh, I didn't want to paste it there. I wanted to paste it here. So I'll be nice, you know. You can use any plank. This is going to be... wood. Staff, wood, inert. You'll still need a knife, you'll still need the quartz, and you'll need a board. You carve the board down, and then you can make your wand. I think that's pretty easy. I'm gonna have to update this one as well. I'm gonna have to put this into here. All right, we are going to reload. Make sure I fireball this in. So, one recipe fixed. Yeah, because your wand's going to be the first thing, right? As soon as you unlock magic, wand should be the first thing that you create. So let's check the guidebook now. And I can do a staff. There we go. So the birch staff, you're going to need the knife, you're going to need the wood, and you're going to need the quartz gem. And then you get the birch staff in this case. I'm going to spot check another one. We're going to go down to the purple heart. Yep, purple heart board. We'll give you the purple heart staff. There you go. So people can accessorize. So that being the case, let's make sure it works. I'll use clear quartz. I'll use purple heart. Why not? So there's that, and then a knife. So /GM1, board, knife, clear quartz. Yep, there it is. Purple staff. To bind it to myself, I can right click. It says you must be sneaking to soulbound this item. Soulbind this item. So if I do it, yep, says it started. If I stand up, it's going to stop. If I move, it's going to stop. It says it's interrupted. So you got to stay crouching. Right, this is kind of what you look like. It's going to take all 10 mana. So I just wasted all my mana. But now I can sit down. Because I've unlocked magic, I've unlocked the meditation skill. So you have to sit down for 10 seconds without... It used to be without anything in your hand. Yep, you can't have like a knife or a sword or anything in your hand. You can have a staff, like a bound staff, or you can have a spell book in your hand, or your hands can be free. But, you know, if you put another item in your hand, it's going to stop meditation. But you see, as I'm meditating, I got a couple ticks there. My temporal stability was going down each tick. See, so it's going down each tick. So it's one of those things where you have to juggle how much you use mana, right? Depending on, you know, what your needs are. So now that I have that, I can come in. You know, transmutation's my only spell. I could cast it in the world if there's anything around that I can transmute. See, like I transmuted that. You can transmute things in the world, so leaves can be transmuted directly, and you can see it says transmutable up top. And it's only when you have the staff in your hand and when you have the spell assigned to it as well. So you can get automatic sticks at the cost of your mana. You can create things like, see that right there, it just took some mana. If I go down, you know, got my stick from it. /GM1. /GM2 is what I meant to do. Let's go back up top. Ideally, what you would do, and I've tested this so many times that I'm not going to bother clay forming it. You will be able to make the raw transmutation altar and the raw oculus. You would fire it up, and you would end up getting these two blocks that you can then place. So that's what the inert altar is. That's what your oculus is going to look like. To unlock these, again, right, I'm going to have to sit down, get some mana back. By meditating, by using your mana and meditating, you are gaining passive points to level up your maximum mana. So you gain more mana. See, like now I have 11 mana. And for the flavor text, you know, your maximum mana has increased. So it's worth it to actually cast your spells and practice getting better. But again, right, it's at the expense of your temporal stability. In the beginning, you know, again, right, as long as you're in a temporally stable place, you can kind of regen it pretty quickly. But you would cast Transmutation on this. This is going to turn into the Lesser Transmutation Altar. And we can transmute this. It should take 3 mana points, that's it. Right, and then we can get our Lesser Oculus. So we can start to research spells if we get the ingredients. I can also start to transmute things. You know, there's nothing in here. It can hold a lot of mana. I can pump some of my mana into this. I could cast the spell only 1 more time. Right, there we go. So if I go look into it now, it has 3 mana because it costs 3 mana. I was nice, so the better you get, like if you're a tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 mage, the Transmutation Altar, the spell becomes more efficient, and it allows you to add more mana per cast of the spell. So I was nice. So there's that progression of strength. I can sit down. We're going to have to regen some mana again. I'm probably going to pump in a bunch of mana into the altar, just so I can start processing things. See, right now, I'm casting spells a little too much. I'm 37%. Things are going to start to shift. Monsters will kind of aggro onto me a little more now. I'm kind of leaving myself vulnerable. So I'm just going to dump points into this. And really, you're going to be out in the world. You're going to be collecting stones. You know, doing whatever. Oh, look at that. Your maximum mana has increased again. So I have 12 mana points as a maximum now. Eventually, you know, by casting the spells, and people are going to have to tell me if it's too fast, too slow, you know, whatever it is. You would eventually pick up stones. It could be any kind of stone. You would put your item in, right? And it tells me I can get Arcanus. It's going to cost 3 mana, 20 seconds. So I need Arcanus because it's going to be like the foundation for everything else. And now this is an interesting thing. I could take that Arcanus and combine that with the book so you can make your spell book. I think I like the flow of that a little more. Maybe it costs only like 1 or 2. I'll have it cost 2 Arcanus to make a spell book. So while that's cooking, and again, right, like I can look at it, it's in the world. I could pick this block up. If you break the block, it will destroy any of the stored mana. I'm not going to save it. So be careful where you place it, right? Or at least use all the mana in it and then move it if you need to. So we got our Arcanus, which is great. I'm going to go into here because we're going to have to fix the spellbook recipe. Okay, so for the spellbook, so far I have a nugget of native gold. I have the book, the normal spellbook. Let's take a look at the item. What does my spellbook even look like? So the gold would make sense. Maybe I can have it gold, and then 2 of the Arcanus, and then the book, right, to make a spellbook. And then a knife, because you're kind of engraving this stuff into the book. So let's do that. I'm going to create something new here. I will call this A for Arcanus. It's just going to be Arcanus. It's going to be an item. What do I want the pattern to look like? I guess I'll do width 3, height 3. We are going to do... I think it's something like this. Let me look at the window. Oh, I use underscores. That's what I use. So I could do something like that. So T is going to be the knife. And then for the spellbook itself, so Q is the native gold. X is going to be the book, so I can have the book be at the bottom. I can have the native gold nugget be on top. And then I can have the Arcanus on each side of the book. And then that's going to give me the inert spellbook. I was thinking about making the spellbook cover wood. That way you can have different colored books as well. But I may end up making a dyeing system anyways for the armor, and I could just have it to where you dye the leather of the book too. So you can get whatever color you want. Alright. And now let's look at the guidebook. To make the inert spellbook, there we go. We got the Arcanus. We got a book of any kind right now. You'll have your native gold nugget, and then you'll have your bronze knife or whatever knife you want to make your spellbook. We need to fix the other recipe as well. So let's pull this up. I'm going to copy this and paste it in here. We are going to add the Arcanus key right there. And see, this one's just taking metal gold bits. So you can use metal gold bits or native gold. Technically, they are two different items, so I need two different recipes to make it work. So if we refresh this again, now we'll see the two recipes. Dragoness, hi! Mod it up, baby! Yeah, I'm working on the gameplay loop now. The alpha is just about ready. So hoping if I get more time this weekend, I still got to take screenshots and I got to type everything out in my my new mod page. Yeah, but it's almost there. Version 1, the alpha. Soon, yes, very soon. Magic feels really good. Really good. So we're kind of going through the gameplay loop now. So the next thing, right, you're going to have to make your inert spellbook. And as we can see there, you can use any kind of book. You can use either native gold or nuggets of gold. And then you'll have to use the Arcanus that we get from here. Let's create the spellbook. So we'll use native gold. Where's my little nuggets? There it is. Should be one of those. Let's get a book. It really doesn't matter. You know what? I will use the brick red book and a knife. So /GM1. We are ninja rating. Oh, yeah? Did you ever add summons to the mod? Not yet. The first release is going to be people testing out the basic spells, the progression, right? The gaining the experience to become better at spell casting, creating armor, you know. The next thing after I get this out, it's going to be the specific building blocks, so you can make, you know, places look like, you know, a magic tower. Adding more of the spells, because not all the spells are done, but like 80% of them are. So I'll be working on those more intricate spells, like the summon gateway and, you know, the transportation, right? Blink, all the fun stuff. I have a couple more ideas. I want to put like bind affinity in, and a couple other things. And then I'll be working on the main tier 2 spell, the transmutation circle, right? And then kind of progress there. Then like the next update after that's going to be focusing on tier 3 gameplay. All the new things it adds. It's going to be putting in the spellbound matrix and actually building your altars in the world. And then I will then start to add my elementals. That way you can gear up for the tier 4, which is actually speccing into being like a fire mage or a dark mage or whatever kind of mage you want to be. And then the bonuses that would come with that, and having your little familiar with you for the spell bonuses. The familiar, I need to do a little bit more with it, but to give you a little sneak peek here, I have like the bear as a familiar. You'll be able to name it anything you want. Sir Smiggle. Update name, so there you go. This would be like your little familiar that just kind of follows you around. It will do its own animations. You can have it follow you or just kind of sit and wait. See if I fall down. He's gonna try and catch up with me. I have something where like he could teleport to you if he's too far away. I wish I could have a cat familiar. I will have different familiars. So far I have the bear and I have a wolf, but at that point it's just me putting in models. I want like a floating spell book, I want a little baby dragon, right? Things that you can like unlock and then you can pick your abilities, right? You can't see because I'm only tier 1, but the summon elemental is going to be like a spell. Like you're going to cast this thing and it's just going to follow you. And the idea is that even though it's a non-combat pet, it's going to give you buffs to your casting. So you're going to want it will have a chance to auto-complete spell circles. It will reduce the cost of some of the cast time of some of the spells, right? So if you want to cast flight, you know, like it may last longer. It's going to depend. Like I'm still working out what the buffs are going to be, but it'll be substantial. And it's a little non-combat pet that you can name. Like, come on. But for now, I have it in item form. I've been testing it out. So that's going to be like the progress here. But, you know, basic staves, I still need to rework a lot of the staff models. Like, they're not the final ones. But, you know, at least get it into people's hands, right? Have it to where they can start playing. Let's make this book. GM1, let's go to here. Boop, 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 and my knife. Yep, so there we go. There's the inert spell book. Let's meditate a little bit. And again, you're going to have to watch in the beginning. You can become temporally unstable very quickly, especially when your mana starts maxing out. So you have to have nothing in your hand. You have to be sitting. It takes 10 seconds from nothing being in your hand to go into meditation. And I do that because you can end up jacking yourself up with meditation if you're not careful. See, it's pretty aggressive how far down it ticks. So I got my 12 mana back. I can soulbind this to myself. And when you soulbind the items, they become soulbound to you. So if someone else picks up my staff or my spellbook, they won't be able to do anything with it. You can't access the spells. You can't access any spells in the book. You can't access any of it. You get none of the spell benefits from it. So you can't get someone's tier 4 staff being a tier 1 mage and then start casting, you know, Pyroblast or anything like that. So, you know, I kind of lock it in. So now I can sit down. We can meditate again. And now I can open up my spell book. Bam, bam, bam. You can only open up your spell book with meditation. You start off knowing 0 spells. But I at least have the spell book and I can start learning the spells. So as you meditate, your mana pool gets pretty big. As you meditate, you will be able to kind of sit and like memorize certain spells. And then it's through the memorization that you can go to your staff and you can pick, you know, as of right now, there's no spell. But you'll be able to pick and choose your spells. So you got to be careful. Even though you may know all these spells in your spell book, you can only allocate so many slots to them to use them on the fly. So we have transmutation. Let's do just time, set, day. There we go. So I'm going to cast the spell a couple more times. Again, like in the beginning, you can transmute things in the world. But you're going to want to mainly use the spell to transmute like the transmutation altar. There are going to be times when, if you have torches, you'll be able to do little things. For instance, let me pull out a torch, because that's usual lighting for people in the beginning. Right, you got your torches set up or anything. Time ticks by. There we go. See, they're all burnt out. What you could do with transmutation is you can actually cast it on there and you can turn those burnt out torches back into lit ones. Right? So you'll be able to use transmutation to do different things, to interact with different things in the world. And the more ideas people give me, the more I can expand the system. But again, right, as you meditate and gain back mana, and as you cast spells, you're passively gaining experience to increase your maximum mana pool to be able to cast better spells. So again, right, like I cast those spells. I've been using magic, so my temporal stability, especially now that I have 13 mana points, like that brought me pretty low. But I do stop it if you're not regaining mana. But you still will have your meditation particles kind of going around. but I can now hear some of the drift, right? You know, I can hear the dong, and things are kind of shifting a little bit, so I'm kind of temporarily unstable. I would probably want to watch what I do and just kind of, you know, take it easy a little bit. I'll do this. Yep, your maximum mana has increased. I just got the, you know, so yeah, that brought me to 13 mana points, and you start at 10. You would be, you know, firing this up. We would have to get a bunch of Arcanus, which means you're going to be dumping a lot of magic into this in the beginning. I wonder if there would be a way to spend mana to add time to keep food from spoiling. That's called preservation. I do have that spell. I just need to finish it. But yes, you will be able to do that. But it will be through a specific spell called preservation. Yes. So ideally what you're going to do, right, is you put different things. I have stone in here now. You can put in, if you got gears, rusty gears, you can actually use rusty gears to create mana stones, right? So I can put this in. I'll take that out. It's going to see the lesser mana stone is what the rusty gears are going to turn into. It's going to require 10 mana. So let's cast transmutation. All right, I'm not going to sit here and meditate because it's going to put me into, I gotta rest my mind a little bit more. So I'm just going to get the admin tool out to regain all my mana right away for testing purposes. Like obviously meditation and the stability work. There we go. So let's just get all that back. And again, right, I think the spells, each type of spell, there are different types, are going to have a different casting sequence. So this is considered an innate spell. You don't need to have a spell book to use this spell. So it has a certain kind of color and pattern to it. But if I were to do a conjuration spell, that's going to look different, and it's going to look different in colors and the way the particles are. There's innate spells, conjuration, invocation, alteration, and enchantment are your spell types. So I can get this going. This would take 50 seconds to do, but eventually it's going to spit out a lesser mana stone. And all of these things are going to be prerequisites to be able to cast spells. You need some kind of mana stone, you'll need some kind of runic parchment, you would need some kind of like Arcanus, right, as a fuel source. The runic parchment, you would put this in, you would do GM2, you would just get paper, right? You would get parchment, I think is what it is. Yep. So you would just make the in-game paper, and you would, I want to wait till this is done, but you would put that paper in, right? And that's how you're getting the enchanted parchment. And you would actually use that heavily in the tier 2, because then you can further that runic parchment into a scroll of area of effect, a scroll of memorization. And then what you can do, because everyone learns spells at random, is there we go. I'm just going to dump all this out. I'm going to start, so like the mana stone can go in there. You will be able to put your spells into scrolls and then sell them to those people who either don't have mana, or, you know, like it may, because not everyone may want to use this in their server. Not everyone may like magic. They may want to just be a miner, farmer, fisherman, whatever. But some of the spells are still cool. They can, you know, trade or barter or buy the scrolls from a mage for the spells that the mage knows. So if I know, you know, like Fireball or something, or, you know, Ember's the level 1 spell, and then someone knows like a run speed spell, or someone, you know, we can pick and choose, right, and make scrolls for each other. And you can preemptively get scrolls for a journey, right? So that kind of limits it, or that increases it. So you can memorize only so many spells, but I can have scrolls of other spells on my hotbar that I can use as a just in case. So who's hyped to start over on a server with Vice Magic mod? Well, the way I made this is you can add this to an existing world. There's no regen or anything. Like, you're not going to find anything. I don't mess with the world generation. There are no special items. You can start this mod from just clay forming and transmuting and lower your temporal stability. That's it. Everything else is strictly through the mod. I don't like the mods where you got it, like there are new ores, and in order to use the mod, you have to either have a new world or explore unexplored versions of the world to find that certain ore, that certain flower. We don't need any of that. So for this parchment, so it should be coming up here as an output, but I think we need to change that. I think I made that a tier 2 thing. I think we need it to be a tier 1 recipe, because it's now become a staple. So we are going to change that fast. If we go into system, runic parchment, all I have to do is change this to a 1. I'm going to save. I think we're going to have to restart the game. I'm going to try and reload, but I think we got it. I got to shut it down and bring it back up. Yeah, but the next version will come out soon. Even if it's not a big world change version, it's going to make people restart worlds. Yeah, that's true. I gotta bring this up to the new net.7. I don't expect any big problems. Yeah, I gotta restart. So I'm gonna gracefully shut down this world. I want to save all my progress. We are gonna come back up here and we are gonna build. And we're gonna restart. Now I should see the parchment. There are different levels. Like you can upgrade your staves, your spell book, your equipment, your blocks, like your transmutation altar and everything. There are different levels of it. I'm hyped to Vice starting the mod over. God, Bernardo, you just want to watch the world burn, don't you? That's it, everyone. Bernardo said I got to delete all the code. Sorry, everyone. Wait, I got that. Hold on. No, I never set up the stream deck again. All my sound files gone. No, I have it saved. I just need to save it. Interesting. Oh no, so I changed it in here. I have to change it. I'm gonna have to change the mana cost. Let's make it 15 mana. 15 mana, and the parchment should be good. So it's going to be a tier 1 thing. Let's go into the... We have to go into the block entity for the transmutation altar. Here it is. Now I need to find the specific mana stone. Here it is. We need to cut this method out and paste it into here. Now it should show up. Greater mana stone. So tier 2 is looking a little light. I'll find a way to fix that. There we go. So blank runic parchment. I can't turn it on. Oh, it's still going to be the 40. Let's see if it refreshes. I think you got to restart the game because it loads these assets, these recipes in the start before it actually loads the world. So you got to like restart the mod. How many spells are there for watching the world burn? Well, I think I have, at the time, I have 100, almost 120 spells registered between the 4 tiers. I may have to balance some things, but each spell is going to be different. Like, there could have been a lot more spells. Like, I could have had, like, a tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, and tier 4 being, like, you know, different ember spells for each one. But the way I did the spells is, even if you're a tier 4 mage, there are going to be some tier 1, 2, and 3 spells that you will forever use, because it just magnifies the potency, the effect of the spell. It will make the mana cost a little higher, but with your increased mana pools, that's not really a big deal. Your spells are going to hit harder. You'll gain like the run speed. Like, my favorite is Swiftness. I finally relabeled it Spirit of Wolf. So that's going to be awesome to be able to just super run everywhere. Well, I'm not the one who set the server on fire, just saying. Those are baseless accusations. You have no proof. Yeah, right? Screenshot. Where's your proof? Where's your proof? Oh, look at that. So it looks like it did do it. Let me cast Transmutation. Oh, insufficient mana. You know what? We're going to throw that over the edge. I don't need it. Get my mana back. There we go. Cheat mode. Alright, so ideally... Oh, I gotta cast the spell a couple times because it's 15. And since I'm a tier 1 mage, it only puts 3 mana in at a time per cast. It's a 1-to-1 ratio with the mana that you put in. If I'm a tier 2 mage, it would cost me 3 mana, but it would put in 6 mana into the altar. There we go. So I can fire that up. It is live. We are going to make the blank runic parchment. But basically, you would need to get those 3 things to be able to start crafting spells. So let's pull up the runic parchment. I'm just going to grab a bunch. Now let's get rid of this, and that for now. Let's get some of the Arcanus. I really like how the Arcanus and the Eldrathrium ingot came out. I like them. I think they came out good. So I'm just gonna put a bunch in here. Oh, I was hitting tab. There we go. There we go. So it's going to automatically start, right? This is what we just worked on. The interface is up, right? We got our little paper, arrows are lit up, researching. It's going to take a lot of in-game time to do this. You could run a lot of these at the same time. Your biggest bottleneck is going to be your mana, right? Because you use your mana to put into these altars. Now, I can go to someone else's altar if I'm a tier 4 mage, and I could cast transmutation on their altar, and it would magnify by the effect, right? By my effect. So I could contract my mana out and maybe trade it to people on the server that are maybe just starting off that need my mana. When I come up with the mana generator, which is, it's going to convert your mana, so you could charge it up like this by casting transmutation on it, and then it will convert that into mechanical power for, you know, windmill, you know, in placement of windmills and stuff. So if you wanted to, you could use your mana to power your buildings as well, which is coming. That is planned. I have the foundation pretty much made for that already. So, you know, again, right, magic's going to be something that can kind of mold into, you know, like I want to make a slipstream generator, which is going to be like an elevator block. Again, you can charge it with mana, but you'll be able to just kind of hover so many blocks high, you know, kind of use it as an elevator. I'm going to have the Eternal Forge, which is going, instead of using coal, it's going to be running off of mana. So you got to charge it up with mana instead. It's going to be a lot of mana, but you'll be able to actually, you know, heat things up too. Like, I want mana to be a resource that you can use it in a lot of ways, but your biggest limiting factor is your temporal stability. You don't want to keep using mana too much, or else you're going to probably die. And when you die, you can't cheat the system and be like, oh, well, I got a lot of mana until I died. When you die, you only keep 25% of your maximum mana. So if I were to die right now, I only have 14 mana. Yeah. That's not going to be a lot of mana. It's not worth me going temporally insane. And if that's too lax, I may just make it to where you get 0 mana. Or you start off with just 10 mana. And if you have a mana pool of like 200, well, that's going to be a problem. If you have a mana pool of 400, you are wasting your time trying to cheat the system. Like, it's not worth what you lose in mana to die to something silly like that. I thought a lot about this stuff, right? So enough time passes. Let's just continue, right? So I got my spell book, I got my staff. I'm gonna put those together. Now I got to start learning spells. I want to make it to where you can buy the spell scrolls from NPCs, you know, and to trade. I may make it to where it's like I patch it in and it could be like maybe 15, 20 rusty gears. But eventually you'll get these scrolls. And it's a scroll infused with latent magic, bestowing upon the mage who deciphers it a random tier 1 spell. So again, right, I can I gotta hold sneaking. It starts discover. If I stop sneaking, it's gonna stop. If I move, it's gonna interrupt it. So you gotta stay still. But I can start memorizing this spell, and then it's gonna give me a random spell. I learned Plunder. So Plunder's a buff. I can get into it. We'll learn 3 spells here. So I learned Shade. Oh, I guess I thought I had 3. Did it eat up 2 spell scrolls? Oh, I gotta do the packets here. I never put the spell scrolls on the new packet system. That's fine. we'll continue. I gotta make a note to fix that. We'll fix that right after I check here. So again, right, you can't open a spell book until you go into meditation. Now I'm meditating. I got the flavor text. I got plunder, so increases caster drop rates from foraging, wild crops, and vessels. It's going to increase it by 50%. The buff lasts 60 seconds, costs 12 mana. Cast time's going to be 8 seconds. I can only memorize one spell, though, because I'm a tier 1 mage, so I gotta pick and choose, right? This is Shade. Shoots a weakened orb of dark energy. It deals 1 point of damage, only costs 5 mana, cast time of 3 seconds. Right, so right now I have Shade, and since I memorized it, I can now do Transmutation or Shade. Shade is a pretty cool spell. I'll try and capture it. So as you can see there, I made it look like, as it's dark magic, so I made it like a black hole, so it's hard to see on the small one, but it's actually, there's like a white kind of like event horizon here. And then it becomes darkness, and then you have a secondary event horizon in there, and then those are static particles, and then you got pure blackness after a couple layers more. So you got that Hawking's radiation. But you'll be able to actually attack with this and, you know, hit people or, you know, do whatever, kind of, you know, defend yourself. That, or I can pull this back up and we can put the plunder spell on ourselves. But again, right, if I have plunder, that's going to be really good for people who want to look for vessels or, you know, do foraging or anything. Plunder's going to make it to where you get so many more resources. Like the tier 4 equivalent of plunder, you get ridiculous amounts of items, but it takes a lot to get to tier 4. So this is going to be a spell, a buff spell. It looks a little different. It kind of envelops you. The ring is going to be solid on the bottom. And in your offhand, you'll notice like your hand's always up and you have like the energy coming out of it. So that right there, I cast the spell on myself. You can see like it kind of wraps around me a little bit. It fades. This says insufficient mana. So I gotta put the check in there. Oh yeah, because it costs a bunch of mana. So let's just get all my mana back. Boop. That's what these play tests are for. Yeah, I like the way the buffs look. You feel more aware of your surroundings, so I have flavor text in there. I don't have anything that shows you how long something lasts for. It will eventually be coming. I would just have to make a whole new heads-up display. It's going to be a whole new system. You know, it's coming. It's forthcoming. But I now have the plunder spell on me, so if I were to forage, it's raising my stats artificially. There are some times you can kind of come into here for like your walk speed and stuff. You will be able to see the spell buffs affect you directly. So for instance, I'm just going to learn all the spells quickly. Boop. So I'm maxed out. I'm going to be a tier 4 mage. I'm going to want a tier 4 spellbook. And I'll get some of the high level spells here. I think the coolest spell is going to be that Spirit of Wolf. It's my favorite. It's a tier 2 spell. Right there, Spirit of Wolf increases your maximum run speed. Spirit of Wolf and Velocity are going to be really good spells. Velocity is going to be like a burst, 200% run speed, or 200% efficiency, I should say. It's going to cost a little bit of mana. The cast time's a little long because I don't have any of the mage gear on. Since I'm a tier 4 mage, I can memorize a bunch more spells. I'll get Fly. I really like Fly. And we will test out Revive because I heard a wolf. So again, right, I can pop this on. Since I don't have any mage armor or any good staves, this is where it starts to take a while to cast, right? Like I have all of this right now. It's taking a while. It's not going to be mana efficient. It's going to take a lot more mana than it should. But once it pops up, boop. So you feel faster. I can kind of go into here. So instead of being at 110, I'm at 185. And I was at 110 because I'm a clockmaker and I get 10% speed. So I move a lot faster. Now, as you can see, this isn't even the fastest run speed buff. Velocity is the fastest. Let's put on fly since I am in, let's go to GM 1, right? So I'm not in creative. I'm gonna cast fly on myself so I can kind of fly down. Fly doesn't last long. I still need to tweak it. So, boop. Your body feels lighter than air. Your body returns to normal. I have those flavor texts in there. Slash GM2. I'm gonna get the admin sword, or you know what? I'm just gonna get I'm gonna get the admin sword. Get rid of that and that. Let's pull up. Let's make sure the bears aren't glitched out anymore. I think I did fix them. Can't remember. So we'll have a bear. Hey, get back here. Where you running, boy? So now let's test out the revive spell. And revive doesn't mean that it's gonna like you when it wakes up. So don't get that idea. If it's a creature that can aggro, it's going to attack you right away. But it starts off really low. Where the hell is it going? It's like in attack mode. Kind of feel invested. Where are you going? Did it really? There's like a little thing over there. Is that what it's going for? What is the aggro range on these things? Brr. Oh, wolf pup. Uh-oh. Is it gonna eat the chickens? I don't even know where the bear went. It's gone. It's gone forever. It's like the bear has placed it. Yeah, the bear's like, I'm out of here. My life flashed before my eyes. With that revive spell, if you carve it up, it's no longer valid for the revive spell. The way I programmed it, it should also work on players, not just animals and NPCs. But the player cannot release. When the player releases, there's no longer a body to, you know, revive. Boop. Right, and then we can see some of the other things, right? Since I'm a tier 4 mage, tier 2 is going to unlock Magic Circle. This is going to be your Spellbind Matrix. This will be familiar, right? Summon familiar. Get some velocity on here. Oh my god, it's going to take forever without this gear. I guess I can show off some of the mage gear. I'll just get the best. Get that, get the circlet. Put on the pants. Oh, I know, I right-clicked. This is kind of what the, there, this is what the equipment is going to look like. So it kind of has that rusty feel. This is like what the higher tier equipment is. I really just, can you chat when you're dead? I don't know. I'm not sure if you can. They shouldn't spot anything past 20 blocks, except players, that's 30 blocks. But, yeah, this is the, you know, like, I spent a lot more time on the shoulders. I need to do the rest of the equipment. I gotta change, like, it's not supposed to be brown. I think I'm gonna allow you to dye your armor. Oh, I got velocity right now. This is velocity. Kind of ridiculously fast. But it only lasts for a short amount of time. The burst of speed faded already. So this is just the normal running now. But yeah, you know, circlet, you got your chest piece, you got your, if you notice my wrist there, the wrist is really good because it makes it to where when you meditate, instead of getting 1 mana, I think you can get up to 5 mana points a tick. So it can help with the bigger mana pools, so you're not like going mentally insane trying to get all of your mana back. Cause see, it's ticking. It's ticking. I'm not gonna be able to fill my mana pool before I start to go crazy, right? But yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure, Hexadin, if you can chat when you're dead. See, like, I'm at 0 now. I've made mistakes And I'm not even remotely up there. And my mana pool, this is only half of it, because if I have all the best equipment, it's not soulbound. I get 400 mana as a max, and then all of my big spells cost a lot less mana. I can cast them faster. There are big bonuses to wearing the armor. So I done made a mistake. I made a mistake. So yeah. I guess let's get some gears, because we got to finish the gameplay loop, right? We made only 2 things. We need to make a bracelet next. I'm thinking with the temporal bracelet, I'm thinking of making it out of Eldrathrium armor, right? The Eldrathrium metal. And then from there, you put the different mana stones into it to upgrade it. That's what I'm thinking to do. I mean, it doesn't make sense that it changes to different metals without actually using those other metals. And I think the Eldrathrium would work really well, actually, except for the purple gemstone. I may have to change that purple to something a little brighter, because that may clash. Or maybe I can make it to where it's just a really bright gemstone at that time. But I think it looks kind of cool. Let's do that. Time, set, day. Where is my... Ah, there's the platform. Boop. Alright, so we would eventually get those spells. Over time, to be able to get to a higher tier of mage, I'm gonna have to revisit that as well. I think I'm gonna make the prerequisites. You're gonna have to have a certain number of maximum mana points. You may have to know a certain amount of like tier 1 spells, or maybe a certain number of tier 1 spells for getting a tier 2 promotion. And you have to have the temporal bracelet on. And then you have to have a Sigil of the Awakened. You'll have to make one of these. The idea is you hold this in your offhand when you meet the requirements, and then you sit down to meditate, and then I need to make like a cast timer, like you begin, you know, whatever it is, right? Whatever the flavor text is going to be. I can have special particles kind of wrap around you too, and then it would consume the item if you stay still for so long. As long as you get everything. Ah, look at that. I'm back in the Rust world. Whoops. Because I'm still trying to gain mana. None of this gear is bound to me, so I can't make any use of it. I'm not getting any of the benefits from it. I just wanted to show it off, so we'll just throw that, and that. I like the idea of making the Eldrathrium ingot. Having that be the item, or the metal. Maybe have that be the metal, like I can pipe that metal into the robes as well, as highlights. Oh, that would mean I would have to have that metal on the tier 1. Oh god, what am I gonna have for the tier 2, 3, and 4 then? Oh god. What am I gonna do? Chat, I need help. Alright, so if I do that, are the crafts linked to tech tiers like copper, iron, steel, or are they something else unique to Magic Mod? As of now, they are unique to the Magic Mod. To get Eldrathrium, you are going to need... Here, we'll go back into... We'll just go into the test world. You have to use copper ingots to be able to get Eldrathrium. Now, I may make it to where maybe you could put iron in, and then you get 2 Eldrathrium. I'm trying to work out... I don't want items in the mod that just kind of don't serve a purpose. So having like 3 different types of metals that I add, I didn't want to come up with 3 different names. Like, that's kind of overkill. But yeah, you get this ingot by Yeah, just like this, right? A copper bar to Eldrathrium. It costs 20. Is it already a tier 1 recipe or is it a tier 2? Oh wait, wrong thing. Let's get some copper. Copper ingot. I want to make I also want to make like lanterns and stuff. Oh, I made it a tier 1. Okay. Okay, and I think 20 mana points is pretty good because you would have had to kind of struggle. I think by the time you have 20 maximum mana points, you have struggled pretty hard already. I would have liked to make it to where, I don't know how hard it's going to be. I would like to make it to where you can forge Eldrathrium so I can heat it up. I don't know if I can do that. Still copper though, you can't play a caveman with magic. Well, yeah, right. Honestly, until you can make actual leather, because you have to have a book, which means you have to be able to process and make leather from the animal carcasses, right? From the fur pelts or whatever. So you have to go through the process of doing that, so you have to be kind of advanced and be kind of far into the game. You know, boards, right? You're going to need a board to make your inert wand, so you're going to have metal or copper at least unlocked to have a saw. You know, you would have to... Rusty gears you kind of find as you play anyways. But yeah, this is... like, I could, for the sake, like, I could make it to where it's not copper, maybe it's iron to get Eldrathrium. But that's going to be what people need to, you know, how they, you know, what I get for feedback as people play this. Like, is it too much in the beginning? How can I space things out? You know, I'm going to be relying on people's input, you know, to kind of help out. I have no idea if I can stack these, or not stack these, but if I can smelt these. Let's get a forge. Please let it just work. Nope. Because I'm probably not extending whatever the ingots extend. Let's look at some in-game assets here. Here we go. So let's look at assets, survival. These are going to be, I think they're items, right? Ingots. It's going to be a resource. Yeah, look at that. That was some good guesstimation. Yeah, item ingot. In order to smelt with Eldrathrium, ooh, oh boy. Combustible by prop, so ingot tin. Smelt ratio. I could turn this into an actual metal that you have to heat up. That would unlock things, so I can make like different kinds of armor with it. I can make different tools with Eldrathrium. They may not be the best, but maybe there's some bonus to where, like, as you use the tool, maybe it can help you replenish a little bit of mana after so many hits. So much durability loss on it. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. I mean, it's nice to have variety. So let's turn this into an ingot we can use. I'm gonna just save and quit. That way that stays. We're gonna have to add a couple of things. I have to find the item first. Eldrathrium ingot. We are gonna have to extend item ingot. There's going to be a couple other things to do here. I could change the ground storable. I could make it to where you can stack it like you can with other metals, and I may do that. The maximum stack size should probably be the same as all the others. I'm just going to move this over here. I know people won't be able to see it, but just trust me, I'm just copying from... I have limited space, so I'm just going to copy and paste over to here. So this would be 16 is the maximum. We can go into the behaviors. So I have this ground storable, but what I can do is copy that, I should be able to paste this in. Okay, the stacking texture is going to be... where is my textures? Eldrathium, so it's going to be blocks slash Eldrathium. ELDRATHIUM. I'm going to copy this. Stacking model by type. This is going to have to be game : you know what? I'm gonna make both game : I'll look to see, because there's the shiny pile. This may end up being in the shiny pile. For the sounds, we're gonna use the in-game asset. The layout's still gonna be stacking, so that should fix that. Attributes. We are gonna have to put attributes, and we have reinforcement, strength, workable temperature by type. So yeah, we're gonna need some attributes by type. I'm gonna copy all of this. I'm not gonna copy those two. What else we got here? I think this is everything, so it's got to be in here that I paste this stuff. So there's not gonna be anything. I just need to do a wild card for the strength, because right now it is copper. I will have it to where copper is gonna be the default value. Exclude by type. I don't need to have anything in there. This is the only metal so far. Workable temperature by type. Ingot, lead, tin, solder. I don't think I need that because there's no key for copper. Anvil tier by type. I don't need that. We're not... Well, I guess I could make it to where you can make an anvil out of this. I don't know. We'll see. Carburized props by type. I don't know what this is, but it has something to do with iron specifically. I don't care. Okay, so we pipe that stuff in. Variant group, I don't care about that. We got storage flags, which I believe I have somewhere. I'll put it right up here. Put it right there. So it has a storage flag of 5. So I got the shape already. It's going to be my ingot. I got my texture mapping already, which is going to be blocks Eldrathium, which is going to be the same texture wrapping here. Material density by type. This is going to be a metal, so I want it to be pretty darn dense. So material density, it's going to be... Wow. 8960. That's actually what copper is. So my metal's going to be just as heavy as all the other metals. Combustible props by type is something we are going to want. I don't need attributes in here. That conflicts with things. Let's paste this in. So I'm going to look for copper. Right, so ingot copper dash copper. I probably just want to put the wild card in here, and I can get rid of everything else. All right, yep, get rid of that. Okay, so the melting point for this, I could keep it the same as copper right now. Melting duration 30, smelt ratio, smelt stack. So it's turning it into an ingot of copper? Smelted stack. I mean, so does that mean that I have to put my Eldrathium ingot in there? I don't want it to turn into copper just because you heat it up. I guess that's what we do? I don't know, let's try it. I'm kind of doing this by the seat of my pants. No pelt book, papyrus. No. Not right now. I mean, should I use something like, you know, again, right? I'm relying on people's feedback. To me, the books in the game, you got to be able to make a book. Now, either you find it from a ruin, you buy it from someone who's maybe further than you in a server, some way you have to get hold of a leather book. Some way. I don't know how that way is, but some way. All right, so we can stack the metals now. It should stack up to 64. All right, so now it's working like a metal. If we look down, smelting temperature smelts into Eldrathrium ingot. It's kind of weird that it smelts into itself. Oh, can't place these. So how would I even light these up? Oh man, am I gonna have to patch? Am I gonna have to make a new forge for this? Or patch onto the forge? Let's look at the game forge. It's gonna be under survival, block types. I'm just gonna type in, is it under metal? Nope. Forge. So it takes in block forge. It's going to be a heat source. It's got some textures. There's nothing specific in here. I'm hoping it's not part of the block forge or the entity, block entity for forge. Make them workable at 0C. It's magic, right? It is magic, but nah. You are right, but nope. I'm making that executive decision. You're gonna have to use heat. Let's look up block forge. It's ignitable. It's a block. Workable item. So these are the interactions. Trying to ignite block. So it's not under here. It's gonna be under block entity forge. Looks like it's still a heat source. So we got sounds, we got on client tick, we have the common tick, so that's setting temperature. I want something where it's like on right click. Try and ignite, on player interact, okay. Try give item stack. World spawn item entity. So if you can't do it, it's just gonna spawn the entity. We got so it marks it as dirty. Okay, combustible. I'm not sure if I have to restart for this to happen, right? So first, oh, this is what it's looking for. First code part has to be an ingot. Oh, ingot or a metal plate or a work item. Oh, so I gotta change my okay, so we're gonna gracefully shut down. I can rechange this. I can set things. This isn't gonna be a big deal. I was kind of thinking about doing this anyways, because I don't like the fact that it's like Eldrathrium ingot, because it started as Eldrathrium. I would like to do ingot, and then have like the Eldrathrium, you know, as a sub-variant. So we will do that. To do that, I'm just going to go into ingot. I'm going to want some of this code, some of this code. Copy, paste it in. I can now cut this out. I'm going to paste that in. It's going to be code metal. It's very magic. It's only workable between 300 and 350. Oh my god, could you imagine? I don't want to make people mad, Hexagon. I can just imagine all the hate I would get. Because believe it or not, that's usually what you see more of when you're making these mods. It's never like what you're doing right, it's always what's wrong. So you gotta have thicker skin sometimes. Slightly thicker skin. Let's do bed, metal. No, bed. I'm trying to find something where I have... There we go. Okay, so yeah, it's just code, and then... Oh, I'm still doing a load from properties on that? Man, some of the things I do is kind of cheeky sometimes. Little cheeky. Let's go under this. Here we go. The Ruststone. This is it. Code and states. These are what I'm looking for. Type code and then states. So code and then states. I don't need the load from properties. These are the two I needed. So it's going to make an ingot. It's going to be an Eldrathium ingot. So that means that this right here, the stacking texture, that's going to be fine. Items ingot, that's going to be fine because I have it by type, but I'm just doing a wild card. Thinking about future expansion. So blocks, I can have the Eldrathium. The code is metal, so that works. It's going to get this as default. It's going to get all of this as default. This has to change because now it's going to be ingot dash Eldrathium. Everything else should be the same. I'm going to save this. I'm going to come back up here. I'm going to call this, instead of Eldrathium ingot, I'm just going to have to call it ingot. All right, let's rebuild and let's see if this is going to fix it. See, it's nice being able to use .NET Spy because I was able to see what keyword it was looking for. So either workable item, metal plate, or ingot are the keywords it's looking for for items to accept. The localization is going to have to change. While this loads, I can change the localization. Where is my file? Oh my god, I got so much open. There's so much. I can just come to the top. We're going to look for Eldrathium ingot. So really it's going to be ingot dash Eldrathium copy. And we should have a tooltip. Yep. This one may be a little different. I don't remember how I'm doing this. This one may be ingot dash Eldrathium dash 1. I may have to tweak that a little bit. All right. Oh, so this is going to be a different item, right? Because I just changed it. So let me get rid of everything. We'll get the new ingot. Ingot dash Eldrathium. Item dash ingot dash Eldrathium. Okay, so I'm gonna reload. I think my localization's right, so we should see the malleable metal. And this will make it to where if I want to make any other metals in the game or any other ingots, if someone else has like ideas for magic equipment, I can add to it in the future. Pretty easily. Pretty easily. I did not restart. Just kind of check my phone. Boop. My god, there's so many things. Holy crap. Save on headphones. Shop school picks for less. Get out of here. Get off my phone. Stop trying to sell me things. No means no. There we go. Okay. So we got that. Smelts into Eldrathium. Ingot Eldrathium. You know, that's totally fine. I think that looks pretty good. We could put it in. But it's not picking up the texture. So now we got to figure out the other issue behind this. Why is it not picking up the texture, the correct texture? Let's try and put this on the ground. So on the ground, that storable stuff works. There we go. Make it all nice and high. But in here, it is not. So we gotta figure this out. Boop. Oh, you know what? Let's pull this back up. Okay. So it's looking for something like a workable item. It's trying to get, it's playing the metal sounds. I'm totally fine. Madness is required to even start using magic. Yeah, that's true. Technically, you're not wrong. Madness is a requirement. So we are looking to see how it's rendering. It should be towards the top, I want to say. No, because it's not. So I'm going to make this a little bigger here. So we have like particles that this thing's emitting. Uncommon tick. Try to ignite. On player interaction. So that's trying to give the stack. Forge contents register. Set contents. This context full of fuel level. So that contents. So where's set contents? It's taking in the item stack. Here we go. So we have the mesh generation. So what are you looking for? Collectible last code part. Oh, okay. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, this may be a little more hard-coded than I would like to think it was. So it's looking for the last code part to get the texture, it looks like. So let's go down to the ingot. Yeah, look at that. It's taking a shape from the ingot pile. This right here, get texture asset, it's trying to get the ingot pile. That's not going to help. I don't have anything in... Like, it's part of my mod. Ooh, yeah. So I would have to have... I haven't done this before, but I wonder if I can replicate the Vintage Story mod space in the assets, and then just navigate to where this source is for the ingot pile, to get the texture source. That way it can read... it can read from the game an ingot pile, and then I can set the texture mapping. Although, what does it do here? The texture ID, we get the temporary texture source. TMP metal. Where is TMP metal? It's getting the last code part, and then it's getting the atlas for... Yeah, so I think I would need to go to this asset location. So it's going to be the domain and path. So it's going to be game... and then ingot pile. Let's take a look before we dive too deep. All right, so technically it's going to textures. It should be... Oh god, I don't know. Is it going to be block? Is there an ingot pile here? Nope, it's not looking like it. Is it in items? Nope, not in items. Let's look for ingot pile. Nothing. There's jack. Get block. Retrieve the block class from the given block code. Will return null if block does not exist. Wait a minute, is this returning null because I don't have a block for... Oh no, wait, that's the plate pile. No, this is still get block, and I'm getting an asset code for the ingot pile. Weird, right? That's kind of weird. Else, if this is forgeable, if it's a block, if it's an item, we're getting the item stack in, getting the texture atlas in position 0. I don't know why, I don't know. I may have to research this a little more. I'm not sure if it's because it's getting stuck on this part, so it would be getting in the first code part of an ingot. And getting a texture resource location, and then I'm getting an ID using this temp metal. Okay, what is temp metal doing? Let's look for that specifically. So up top it's getting the collectible, so it's getting the last code part. And this is just a string, so it's getting just the last code part. So for me, it would be Eldrathrium. It's trying to look for. And then basically I'm getting the texture mapping based on getting a block for the ingot pile. So let's look for... let's pull this up. Okay, I think I know where we need to look. We have to go under survival... Get out of textures, ingot pile. So it's going to be one of these. Where is this? That's in the shape, so it should be, this is the block for it. So it's looking for all of these statically. Eesh. Ew, I don't like that. I don't like that. Do I have to make my own ingot pile? Well, I can't because I would have to point the code here. So it's default looking at all of this. Or all of this. I guess I could... I don't do it often. I know there's a way you can patch the JSON files. I may have to just patch the ingot pile here, and then add my Eldrathrium, and then have it point to my mod specifically. Maybe that's what we got to do. I'm gonna have to try and find someone who works with the JSON a little more and who's comfortable with the patches to help me patch the textures. But I think that's the only thing that's going to fix it. Which is fine. I don't mind having a patch. But I guess we can move forward, right? Like, technically, I can still put this in. It's not going to look the prettiest. That's only half of it. Let's get some charcoal. There we go. Boop. I'd put that in. Let's get a torch. I'm curious what my Eldrathrium's going to be able to be turned into. I don't know if I need to make specific recipes. Not even sure if I want to make it like this. Maybe I just have it to where you do the copper. And then maybe it could be copper in the inert form, and then when you bind it to yourself using your magic, it can become like Eldrathrium. I don't see how patches would be avoidable on a large mod. Well, this would be the first patch, right? And this may be the only patch. But it also depends on what I'm trying to do. This isn't a metalworking mod, this is a magic mod, right? So this Eldrathrium ingot, is it even something that needs to be in the game? Like, what are its uses? I think it would be cool to make your bracelet out of it. I think it would also be cool to make your circlet out of it. I think it would be cool to be able to use the ingot to make your armor too, like your chest piece and your leggings. I think it would be good to have Eldrathrium to have as your sigils. So, but what does that look like? You know, does that look like me heating this up with an anvil? Because remember, you're infusing magic into it, which I can kind of run with it anyways and say that, you know, it's pliable. Like, you may need a hammer and a chisel with this to be able to chip away at it. You know, there are other ways that I can kind of simulate what I'm going for without having to put a patch in. Let's get an anvil, and let's get a hammer. Where's my hammers? There it is. Boop. So put that down. Oh, I need tongs. Which I guess makes sense. And I'm going to need some space. So I get that. Moment of truth. Nope. Can't do anything. Yeah, see, I'm sorry I'm rabbit holing myself. Now I may have to patch the anvil as well to be able to have it, you know, have it to where I can work the item. Because that is definitely hot enough. It's at its maximum temperature. And I can't place the workable item. So what am I trying to do then, right? Like, this is technically a metal, but once I turn it into something for my mod, I can have it be anything I want, right? Like these ingots, I don't have to have it to where you can heat them up. Maybe this is something that you can... maybe you can use magic on it. I don't know. This is part of the crowdsourcing part. You know, anyone have any suggestions? Like, I like the fact that, you know, it's nice and shiny, looks like metal, right? I like the way it stacks. I like the way it feels. But I would like to turn this into the bracelet. You know, so for the inert bracelet, right? Links to the Rust world. Craft grid recipes would be much easier. Yeah, they definitely would be. Because what I could do is, I mean, we can kind of make an artificial craft grid recipe. Maybe you would need this and a chisel. I've done this before. So a chisel of any kind, a hammer of any kind. Let's say I'm gonna get rid of some of this stuff here. I'm gonna get rid of that too. So some of the items, right? Obviously, Eldrathnium would be a core component of the wrist. You would need, you know, maybe like a couple, like 3 lesser mana stones, 2 Arcanus, and let's go /GM1. Jesus Christ. So it could be something like this, that, you know, something like that, you know, and maybe that could make the bracelet. So you actually like chisel out your bracelet and chisel everything out. So you get struck with some durability, right? So it's still something. You would convert the ingot without having to have it smelt to a temperature or anything like that. Cable works for bracelets. Cable /GM GM2. No cable. Talk about like cord, like rope or something, or what is a whatever it is. Is a rope. Yeah, something like the, not measuring rope, but yeah, I'm not going to use rope. I want it to be a metal bracelet. I like the idea of just having the hammer, right? Let's just make that be the recipe. So it could be a crafting recipe. You consume 1 ingot, which means I can get rid of some of this stuff, right? The smelting temperature, what it smelts into. I'll still make it stackable. I do like that. But we're gonna pull some of this back. So that being said, everything stackable we are going to keep. The reinforcement strength by type, we're going to get rid of that. All the combustible properties can go as well. That should prune out all of the extra crappity crew. I'm going to have to reload, aren't I? Yeah, like a copper cable twisted into a bracelet. Well, I already made the, you know, the texture or the model for the bracelet. It doesn't look like rope. It's gonna be it's strands, but you know it looks just like, you know, metal bracelet, right? Like that's here. Let me put one on here. And let's do this. Right, see, that's what the bracelet kind of looks like. So the white gemstones are going to be the lesser mana stones. You got 2 of the Arcanus in there as well. But, you know, it just kind of like wraps around. So let's see what this looks like if I change out the texture. Before I even go far, it may not be a good texture for it. Maybe it blends too much or something. You never know. This is part of the playtest, right? The gameplay loop. Sometimes we have to go back and put something else in. So it's going to be material for the inert. So this right here, anything that's going to be metal copper, we are going to want to... We're going to want to repoint this somewhere else. So it's going to be block /Eldrathnium. So I'm going to copy that. I'm going to preserve the copper just in case I don't like it. It's going to be easy to put all this stuff back. So it's going to be like that. So we're going to file, save, reload. So let's see what it looks like. And mind you, I don't have the textures randomized yet, so it may look like a repeating pattern at some points. That's going to be easy to do. Once I have everything looking right, that's one of the things you like tweak. Just in case I have to resize things or I want to get more detail in the gems or whatever. You know, it kind of looks cool. Like my fear, the purple blends in pretty well. I do like the swirls of the purple and the mana blue in it. Don't stretch, buddy. The white mana stones definitely pop. The Arcanus pops pretty well too. I actually like that. So I think that looks pretty unique. What's it gonna look like? The green looks really good. The blue looks pretty good too, because I think it's a lighter blue as it is. But I'm gonna make sure, right? Let's put the blue on and let's take a look. The green looks awesome. Yeah, that blue is kind of bright, isn't it? Oh, I accidentally put that on. There we go. Yeah, that's enough of a light blue, I think. Yeah, that's pretty good. Unfortunately, the purple blends a lot. You know, I could try and make it brighter. Let's try this. I'm gonna save and quit. I can have 4 different models, and I'll just have the brightness of the gems a little different. But I can at least break it out into 4 different models. Maybe the brighter stone is going to look better. So let's go under shapes, entities, humanoid, armor, temporal bracelet. I'm gonna put a temporal bracelet tier 4. Dash tier 4. There we go. I'm going to look for the keyword of glow. :space 100. Anything that has a glow of 100, I'm going to increase it to 250, I think is the maximum. So we're gonna replace everything, 6 occurrences. Do I really just... I think I just have the big gem glowing. I don't have any of the small gems glowing. I thought I fixed that. I guess not. Yeah, small gem. I guess I don't have the mana stones on the side glowing. I may end up changing that. Okay, let's go back into the arm. Let's go up here. I'm going to copy this. We're going to paste it in. I'm going to say dash tier 4. I'm going to specifically look for the tier 4, and we're going to use this new brighter model just for the gem. I think I may make all the mana stones glow. And then maybe because the Arcanus, I could make that glow too. I don't know. I'll have to see what it looks like. All right, let's give it a try. So it's going to look the same. It's just that gem should be brighter. Hopefully it makes the purple pop a little more being brighter. Because I do like the way the Eldrathrium looks. I really like the way that Eldrathrium looks. Or I can find, maybe I can make it a yellowy blue. You know, for the Eldrathrium. It doesn't have to be this deep purple. All right, let's hop in here. So, yep, it's definitely, look at that. It's very bright now. Looks almost white, though. That's a little... See, it looks good there, but then it's an accumulative thing. So when you're in the sun, it looks like it's white. So it looks like a tier 1. You know, I don't like it. We tried it. I'm just gonna shut it back down. There we go. I'm going to delete that out. I think 100 is like the perfect amount of glow. But now that I'm thinking about it, right? Let's go under the textures. I'm gonna copy and paste because I want to preserve the old Eldrathrium texture. Let's just try and change it. I'll say Eldrathrium old. So this is the Eldrathrium right now. Let's go to colors, flip, rotate. And I mean, I could make it something like that. Could make it kind of like that. Could make it a little more, but the green would clash, I think. Really, I think yellows and reds are going to be what I'm going to want to stick with. So I could do something like this, or I could do something like this, maybe with a little more swirl. I'm kind of liking this pattern a little bit. Let's see what this looks like. Save. Let's come up top. We're gonna rebuild. I'm getting thirsty. I'm getting hungry too. It's like 7:32. This has been such a good night. Crap, it's 7:32. Baby Triangle should be going to sleep. Hope Freya's on her way home soon. Oh, I kind of like that. That's a unique looking metal. What does it all look like here? It's, you know, it's got like that greenish tint to it. You know, I don't like it. It looks too green. I guess that would make sense, right? All right, let's see what else is there. Let's see what else is there. So that's a little too green. I'm looking for something. What about something like this? I got the hints of purple, but it's gonna be. See, those greens are too much. The yellows aren't true yellows. It's more like a green swirled. I could try and go with this. Again, right? Just too green. Although it does pop with the green. Kinda, I don't know, it looks like, kind of reminds me like if you had something reflective on like a dirty pond, like a green thick pond, right? That kind of like light radiating from it. Like, I just don't like it. It's visually not appealing. I mean, that looks a little more unique. The purple does, you know, the purple's something you could see. The problem is the purple's just a darker purple. Maybe I should make the purple texture lighter. Because everything else is kind of on the brighter side of things. Let me try that. So it's going to be the Celestial. Maybe I'm just fighting against things. And maybe making the purple brighter would make it pop with the original texture. We're not going to flip or rotate it. I'm going to go to adjustments. We're going to do curves. I'm just going to inject a little more brightness into it because it's right there. All right, something like that, a little more luminosity. Let's maybe make it a little more vivid. Right. See, the problem is with the saturation, it's maybe that. A brighter purple, maybe. Let's try it. Boop. Which means for this, I'm gonna go back to the old tried and true default. I think that's gonna pop a little more on the darker metal. All right, let's reload. Yep, and then we're gonna put in the recipe for the bracelet, and then I've got to put in the recipe for the circlet, the headpiece. I got to put in the recipe for the other 3 pieces of armor, and then I think the base recipes are done and people can start playing with this. Yay! Hooray! Yeah, look at that, huh? That looks pretty good. Oh wait, duh. It's still. I mean, it does look brighter. It looks definitely brighter. The purple is a brighter purple, but it's not good enough. I think we're in the same boat. I think we're back to trying to mess with the colors. I really wanted red, green, blue. Yeah, there's nothing I can do with the flip rotate. What if I just make it like a darker? So that's what it is. I mean, I could just make the metal look darker. So I can go to adjustments, curves. Instead of lighter, we're gonna go to the dark side. Not by a lot, That is noticeably darker. I'm gonna save that. Because that's what it was. That's what it is now. Fireball it in, and let's reload. Because I think maybe the darker is gonna make the purple, the gem, pop more. And I'm looking at the gem, the big gem, because the other gems are gonna look darker because I don't have a glow on those yet. So if it pops with the big gem, it's gonna pop with the others. And maybe the Arcanus will look a little brighter too. Oh, I think that did it. Okay, you can like clearly see the gem now, in my opinion. That does look a lot better. It even looks better with yeah, with the non-bright. Yeah, and that Arcanus pops a little more too. So you know what? That's pretty good for a Mach 1. V1. Maybe I should make a magic backpack. Make magic leather, and you can make a magic backpack. So this is going to be the winner. I like it. It's still a cool looking texture. Got those purples in there. Feels very arcane. Don't save any of those. We'll just close those out. So let's make the recipe. Let's make the recipe. Yeah. All right, we got to shut down the game. To make this recipe, we're gonna have to go into grids. I guess for the smelting, I'm not making a bracelet frame anymore. I'm gonna leave the smelting folder because I may end up doing something with it, but for now I'm just gonna get rid of that. Magic equipment parts, we are not using that anymore. Here we go. Item, temporal bracelet. Really, this should be item, temporal bracelet, inert. Because it is going to be the inert bracelet. So armor, temporal bracelet, inert. So it's already going to pump this out. There is no bracelet frame anymore. We will need mana stone. I'm going to need Arcanus. So I can do bracelet frame. Get rid of that. I'm just going to put in Arcanus. So it's going to take 8 mana stones for Arcanus instead of 8 mana stone. Yeah, you know what? Because it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I can have 4 for the big gem. 5, 6, 7, 8. And then 4 Arcanus because you'll have 1, 2, 3, 4 little gems of it. We will need to get the Eldrathrium ingot. So ingot.eldrathium, and that is going to be an item. Arcanus, I gotta put the special identifier of A. We probably should do something with the chisel as well. So I'm gonna I do that in my other mod, so I can reference that. Let's go to Vice Blocks. Recipes, I believe I do it with the windows, the metal windows. No. Metal window 2, no. The advanced window, maybe that's it. No, I know I do it with one of my things. Is it the bed? Okay, hammer. So I just use a hammer there. I think where do I do it with the chisel? Is it wood? No. Oh, I know what I do there. Okay, that's not it. Is it the chimney? Nah, chimney's pretty easy. It's not the comfort doll. Cobblestone. I mean, am I doing it with the rust stones mod? I have so many mods. Gotta start numbering and stop naming. Is it the inert rust stone? No, that just takes a temporal fragment. That takes the block. All right, I'm just gonna start closing these things out now. I'm getting too many things up. And I think I'm gonna not be lazy. So when I get the hammer back up, there we go. I can copy this because basically I just gotta substitute the word hammer out for chisel, and that should be fine. Let's close that out. close that out, close that out, that. Get rid of the ingot. This is what I want. I'm gonna paste this in twice. One's gonna be an H, one's gonna be a C, so I'm gonna have the hammer, and I'm gonna have the CHISEL. So I'm gonna have any kind of chisel be a tool. The way I'm gonna set this up is we will have the hammer. I will have the chisel, and then we will have whatever the stuff is at the bottom. I'm just blanking them out now. So Q, right? Or we'll start with the ingot. I think the ingot should be right underneath the chisel, so we'll put the ingot there. We do not need a knife. I think 3 tools is going to be too much. Just a hammer and chisel to do this. Lesser mana stones. So I can have those be here, so I think that's Q. Really, it should be M for mana stone, so I'm going to change that. There we go. So it's going to be M for the mana stone, and then we have the Arcanus. The Arcanus I can put right on top here. And I think that should be good enough. I'm going to save that, so we should have the recipe for our new block, or our new item. This has been really nice live streaming this long. Hope everyone out there is enjoying their Friday. Hope anyone watching this is likes what they see. It'd be nice if more people, when they were being creative, would live stream it. I love watching people do this kind of stuff. So good. Inert. Where's the inert bracelet? Here we go. So inert temporal bracelet, it looks like it is not happy, which, okay. With it not being happy, it looks really good. The inert, like everything's dark. I like that. I like that. So what I'm going to do is get ready to take a look at this. It should error out for me. It should tell me what it doesn't like. It could be the chisel. Metal scales, yep, that's it. Inert spellbook, incorrect length. Here we go. Armor. Oh man, I didn't take a screenshot. But it was something to do with in here. The ingot is an item. Item. Okay. So all of that should be good. Oh, the width! I gotta make it a width of 3. Oh, okay. That would be the issue. Let's reload. Fireball. Now I should have... there's still going to be the issue, right? I still have something for like metal bits. The inert spellbook has the incorrect ingredient pattern length. The temporal metal pieces, I could just delete that. Let's go back into here. There it is. So now it's going to take a hammer and a chisel, the Eldrathium ingot that you get through the transmutation workbench, a handful of Arcanus and a handful of lesser mana stones creates the inert version of this. That inert version, you will be able to... Let's get rid of all this stuff here, because it's not soulbound, so I can't get any benefit from it. So you would end up making this. I would bind it to myself. It would cost 10 mana. Here we go. Yep, meditation right there. So it consumed my mana. It has the white gemstones in it. I can put it on just by right clicking. Now when I meditate, I'll get 2 mana points a tick instead of 1, so it doubles it, which is going to be really helpful when you have a bigger mana pool. You go insane less. Okay, so I'm gonna have to delete something. So magic equipment parts, that was my old idea. We're gonna get rid of that. For the spellbook, so that spellbook is fine, but I have the other spellbook. Yep, so I just need to increase that to 3. All my recipes should be working now, so we're gonna rebuild. I'm going to start the game again. We should not see any errors come up here. Yep, and it registered the recipes. No errors. Excellent. I'm gonna increase the mana cost for this. It should be more than 10 mana. I want you to have 25 mana. So you have to be kind of deep. And by 25 mana points as your maximum, you're going to start to feel like, oh my god, like it's kind of hard to keep up, right? I got to meditate and then take a break and then meditate again to get full mana. So it's going to feel like more of an upgrade. Because it, you know, artificially like locks you out. So let's increase that. Wearable. So instead of the inert costing that, I'm going to have it cost 25. The tier 1 upgrade, that should be, I will say 50 mana. I got to think about the mana pools here. So a tier 1 mage can have a maximum mana pool of 50. I think I may make it to where at 45 you could be eligible for the update, you know, for the new tier. Yeah, that's what I'm kind of thinking here. So if that's 25, I could make this. So if you're at 45, so if you're a tier 2, this is going to be the tier. Oh, I called it the tier 1 mana cost. I think I got to redo these. Let me double check. Yeah, so if you're tier 2, start upgrading. Okay, so tier 1 is actually ignored for that. Okay, so I think I'm going to have it be 25. I will have it be 55 mana. Or if I'm doing halfway between, maybe this should be like 60. You know, I'll just do 60 mana. People are going to have to tell me if something's too big, too little, whatever it is. Then we can get into... Maybe I'll make that 100 mana. Or it should be like 120 mana. And then this should be like 160. Because I don't want you to be able to get this stuff right when you level up to a new tier, because then someone can just pass you the items. You don't have to work for it. You know, there's no accomplishment, really. You got to use spells, right? You got to level up. Let's try and reload. And again, right, like I can tune this. I'm going to need people's feedback when they're actually playing it. If it takes too long or doesn't take long enough, I just have to adjust those numbers to kind of make it fit. There we go. See, so this is going to be a superior. So to make it the max, you need to have 160 mana and you need a Sigil of the Forged. So this right here, so that's still 10 mana. I need to change that. It should not be 10 mana. It should be 25 mana. All right, something's wrong. Oh, do I have this? Do I have the static number in here somewhere? Probably do. Probably do. So run tier conversion. That's not what I want. Let's go further down. So this is going to be along the lines of what I want. So this is the item description. So the, oh, yep, that's why it's a static 10. It's not really taking 10 though, so I got to do this dot inert soulbound mana cost tier, or mana cost inert. That's what I want. So inert, yep, 25 mana, 60 mana, 120 mana, 160. It's going to be the same here. It's going to cost 25 mana for the inert robe. It's going to be 120 mana to upgrade your mana robe or your mage robe into the oracle robe. and then 160 mana for the Oracle Robe into the Timeless Robe, which gives you, I mean, it gives you pretty good stats. More maximum mana, less mana cost on your spells, and pretty much your cast time reduction. That can turn Pyroblast is 100 mana. It takes 24 seconds to cast. And, you know, the 100 mana is big, but when you have all the best gear on, that becomes 45 mana. Your mana pool is 400 instead of 200 as a maximum. So you're more efficient, and it becomes it becomes I think maybe an 8-second cast. And Pyroblast hits for 16 points of damage on a single spell, so it's a hard-hitting spell. Tier 4 max spell. So you'll want to wear that gear anyways. But it's something to work for in the mod. Gotta work it. Next thing I have to do is, you know, having the inner temporal bracelet. The next thing's going to be the Sigil of the Awakened. The Sigil of the Forged. Those I may have... I may end up having like a tier 2, tier 3, and tier 4 version of them. Not sure. Not sure how I want to do that. I guess that's something I can think of. Because you'll need a way to upgrade. Like right now, the Sigil of the Forged, you know, to upgrade your staff. So let's say I have... here we go, we'll do this maple staff. Get rid of some of this stuff. Boop, 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 boop. So with this in my offhand, I can right click and it will start the item upgrade. From there, you know, I got the next tier staff, right? So it's now a greater. Consume that item. So maybe I should make a harder version of that Sigil of the Forge. Like, so a Sigil of the Forge tier 2. You know, so it can allow you to do that. It's either that or I increase the quantity that it needs. But if it's easy enough to make it tier 1, a tier 4 mage, they're more efficient at the transmutation spell. You know, a lot less goes a long way, right? I can cast the spell one time at tier 4, and instead of putting 3 mana in, it does 12 at a time. You know, so it's... You know, it's one of those things, and it still costs me only 3 mana. So I could easily farm this stuff, and it's trivial at that point. So I think I do need to make different, like, Sigils of the Awakened. You know, have that, or I can have that cost, like, a temporal gear or something, a couple of them. That way, you know, I need some kind of bottleneck in this. But I think for the Sigil of the Forged, I probably need to have... It needs to have teeth, right? You gotta save for it. But it can't be so prohibitively expensive that if you were to lose your staff, you're like, ah, shit, you know? Damn it, I can't cast spells, I can't... No, you should be able to get a wand again, get a, you know, a lesser staff. I know temporal gears become easy. A tier 4 mage with transmutation, you can actually take rusty gears. I'll show you this too. This is only a tier 4 spell, right? Only tier 4 mages can do this. So if you have the maximum of 5 gears, let's put on transmutation, you could transmute this into a temporal gear. So there we go. So I got a temporal gear from it. So you can get temporal gears as a higher mage. That mana cost is going to be pretty severe. Like, if you saw, like, you know, it drained my mana pool. I only have 50 mana left. I think I made it cost, like, either 100 mana or 150 mana to do that. But, you again, right, you can quickly get temporal gears back. So maybe I'll just have it a couple temporal gears. Maybe I'll make the item just cost temporal gears. Yeah. And then a tier 4 mage can make their own temporal gears. A bonus of getting that far in the mod, because it's going to take a while. But you get some really awesome spells. Alright, I am going to raid someone because I am hungry. It's like 8 o'clock. Baby Triangle's going to come home soon. I have to go to the bathroom. I'm thirsty. I mean, you know, I think I just gave enough reasons here. So we'll go to Twitch. Who is playing Vintage Story? We probably got some people on. This is prime time. Prime time. Let's see. I rated them. I haven't been in Grouse streams in a while. Who else we got? Anyone else? We got some English. Vinty Fresh for when you're hanging out with the gals. We got a first playthrough. You know what? We'll try this. We'll try this Sparkle Kitty. Let me just make sure they are indeed in English because I don't see the English tag. The hell! I can't mute. But it's not playing any sound anyways. There we go. Let me go through this ad here. We got some Pokemon Go. I just want to hear some English. That's all I want to hear. We need some English. Too many times I've rated people and like I'll go and I'll be like, whoops, they're speaking something else. Ain't my language.
I'm going to attempt.
Yep, there we go. There we go. All right, we are gonna raid this person, Sparkle Kitty. / raid. We'll do exclamation raid. I'm all over the place. I'm slipping. Oh, I know Sparkle Kitty. Oh, nice, nice. Yeah, thanks for the stream. Looking really good. Thanks. And I would like to have a world where I get your mod in there. I want that for the world gen. I want, it would be nice to have my magic mod in there. I want to try and see if someone's going to host a server with like a couple of the core mods that I know that I would want to play with. You know what I mean? Because I actually want to play. Like when this mod is like released in the alpha, I want to be on a server. I want to play with other people, get some feedback maybe, but I just want to play this game and stop modding for it all the time. I need a break too. But I mean, we are really close. Like if I wanted to push through, and I may work on this later tonight too. I still got to get screenshots and stuff and populate the site, but at least I think most of the stuff's done, right? I just have to account for these two items, the Sigil of the Awakened and the Sigil of the Forged. And you can already get the tier 1 spell scrolls. You can actually get the tier 2, tier 3, and tier 4, depending on your mana stones. And the mana stones are cumulative. To get the greater, you have to transmute the lesser, but it just takes a lot more mana. So we're getting there. And once these two things, once you can craft them, however I make them craftable, and once you can craft the chest piece, the headpiece, and the leggings, the armor, that's everything. That is the basic gameplay loop of this mod. I guess I would have to put in, if I wanted to be nice, a guide. I'm not looking forward to that. It's like, it's making me anxious trying to think about what I'm gonna have to do with that guide. But yeah, let's raid Sparkle Kitty for now. It's almost there. It's almost there. Thank you everyone for watching me. Hope you are enjoying it. Time set day. Yeah, it's really come together. I gotta hide all of these. I had all these out for the models. You would just see all the inert stuff. You would see all the inert for this as well. So it's gonna be condensed down quite a bit. But yeah, spells feel good. They feel good. Looks good. Thanks, RC. All right, thank you everyone for watching. I'm not sure if I'm gonna live stream again. If I do, it's probably gonna be within an hour. No idea. But I may end up playing a game. I may work on this. We'll see. You may see something in the Vintage Story Discord. I start actually posting about the mod. I am terrible at that. None of my mods really have a presence on Discord. I don't know. It's just the way it is. But I got to break the cycle, so maybe tonight I'll get some good screenshots, a couple videos of spell casting. Yeah. And start to get the hype up there. Thanks, everyone. Hope you have a wonderful evening. Enjoy your Friday. I may talk to you later. Bye.